Yeah. Ready?
Okay, we're adjourning the special meeting to open session, and the announcement of the closed session is that the vote to stay in was unanimous and there is no reportable action. So the special meeting for 5:30 is now adjourned, and the mayor can now open the regular meeting agenda for 6 p.m. meeting.
Okay, 6:09 p.m. We're going to open 6. Well, it is 6:09. Yes, it is 6:09. It's okay. Call to order. Roll call, please.
Yes, Councilmember Bracco.
Here.
Councilmember Klein.
Here.
Councilmember Fugazzi.
Here.
Councilmember Hilton.
Here.
Councilmember Marks.
Here.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Here.
Mayor Bozo.
Here. Thank you. We'd like to rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, and please stay standing for the invocation by Pastor Greg Quirk. Councilmember Tom Klein, please.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Mayor, Council, good to see everybody. Let's pray. Well, Father, we're always so grateful for your guidance and your wisdom when we ask for it. It's something that even the founders of our great nation sought often as they made decisions that had such great impact on the people. It reminds us that we are limited, you are limitless. And I pray for our council tonight that you would give the same as they adjudicate difficult topics that impact our community. Bless their families, their children, their marriages, and bless our time together this evening. And we pray in your name, amen. Thank you.
Item 1.4, City Clerk's reporting on the posting of the agenda.
Yes, Mayor and Council, the agenda was posted on Friday, March 14th at 3:34 p.m.
Thank you. 1.5, roll call we already did. Item 1.6, orders of the day. I believe we are going to be pulling one item from the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Agenda item 7.1, which is the authorization to purchase, I believe, $425,000 in fire turnout equipment. We are going to withdraw that request for now. I received numerous questions, and many of which we were able to address, but I think bringing this to a future council agenda will allow us to have even more better answers for council to consider. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 1.7, employee introductions. We have one this evening from the City Administrator, who will be introducing John Doherty, Public Works Director.
Come on up, John. All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council. It's my pleasure to introduce to you John Dowdy, who is our new Public Works Director. John has spent the last 10 years or so as the Assistant City Manager and Public Works Director for Half Moon Bay. He brings a wealth of experience in many different areas of public works. He currently resides right outside of Salinas with his wife Tara and his son Shane, and he has two dogs, Bentley and Ellie, as well. And when he's not doing public works work, which is not very often, he likes to be outside and he likes to cook. So please welcome John Dowdy.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. Thank you so much for the opportunity to come up and introduce myself. I want to thank you for the opportunity, thank Jimmy for the opportunity as well, to represent this great city. I look forward to a long and fruitful relationship with each of you, as well as our council members here and community members. And thank you again for the opportunity. It is an honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 2, ceremonial items. We have none this evening. Number 3, council correspondence. We have none this evening. And then item number 4.1, we are opening for public comment. Any public comment?
Yes, Mayor and Council, we have one speaker, Greg Felios.
Several weeks ago, February 24th, he had a wonderful meeting between the Gilroy City Council and the Gilroy Unified School District. It was fabulous to see these two parts of our community working together. I would hope that we can continue this connection you have with the Gilroy Unified School District. I know they look up to you for help, support, and guidance, and hopefully you can do the same with them. And I hope, and I've said this to them, and I've said this before in recent past, that you, the City Council, should be the cheerleaders for the Gilroy Unified School District. Support them. These people are the ones that are involved with all the children in our community. And isn't that one of the most important things that we have in our lives is these children and raising these children together? So hopefully, I'd like to see you guys. I'd like to see the City Council, connect with the Gilroy Unified School District, do some cheerleading for them, support them, and help them out. I know the people in our community would love to have you support this the school district, support the kids, and the teachers, and the administrators, and all the people that work. This is a great. I don't know how. I'm not sure how big is the school district the most the group that employs most people in Gilroy. If so, we should be supporting the people that are employing our people. So please be transparent, help each other out, and support each other. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment?
No other speakers at this time.
Okay. Thank you. Now moving on to item number 5, reports of committees by council members. Councilmember Bracco.
Nothing to report.
Councilmember Fugazzi.
Nothing to report.
Councilmember Marks.
No report.
Councilmember Hilton.
Thank you. From the Valley Transportation Policy Advisory Committee, the Transit-Oriented Development Access Study was initiated to identify multimodal access needs and improvements for 6 high-priority VTA-owned sites designated for future TOD development. The primary goal of the TOD access study is to engage the community and identify access improvements and transportation demand management elements that could be integrated into VTA's TOD projects. Effective station access planning will enable VTA to provide developers with clear access requirements for site development and contribute to ridership growth on the VTA transit system. VTA has an active transit-oriented development program which partners with developers to build TOD projects on VTA-owned properties at transit stations. These TOD sites serve as gateways to the VTA transit system, offering significant potential to attract new transit riders. To ensure the future developments preserve and enhance station access from the surrounding community, VTA conducts access studies for station sites identified in the TOD pipeline. Gilroy Station Access Study is nearing completion. Gilroy Transit Center is a southern term for Caltrain service and serves as the key hub for multi-transit options, including VTA bus routes, San Benito County Express, Monterey Salinas Transit, Greyhound, and commuter shuttles. It is also planned to become a future California high-speed rail station. The VTA-owned 7.8-acre site on the west side of the tracks is identified for future mixed-use, mixed-income TOD, will be a critical component of transforming the future station site along the high-speed rail and contribute to Gilroy's RENA number of 1,773 units by 2031. From Silicon Valley Clean Energy, the board approved an adjustment to the annual surplus solar energy compensation terms that makes SVC consistent with other California utilities while maintaining customer value. SVC received a clean financial audit, and the board approved our mid-year operating budget. With SVC's sound financial standing and exceeding its target days on cash on hand, SVC will allocate $35 million in bill credits to provide relief to customers. The one-time bill credit for residential customers will likely be a flat credit, and for non-residential customers will be based on historical usage. The credit will likely be applied during the month of August billing cycle because the bill credit would be more meaningfully to offset the cost of the month when the customers receive their highest electricity bills. Thank you.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Yes, just want to report that Gilroy Sister Cities is going to be creating a strategic plan with the focus on the development of a succession plan, and growth and development of their association. Once that's completed, they will create a communication plan, which will be developed to support the strategic goals. And that's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Klein.
Yeah, I know. Last Wednesday, VTA held their first workshop out at Gavilan about the 10125 project that's going to be happening, and there were a number of people there, a lot of questions, and I know we have it posted on our website. The upcoming one will be April 8th, and I just want to encourage everyone not only to go to these meetings, but also if you have questions, you can run me down or any representative, both the VTA, well, actually not VTA, but any of the elected representatives. If you've got questions, come to us, and we can direct you or we can answer your questions, hopefully. So, thanks.
Thank you. I will echo. I was on that committee meeting the other day as well, and I just wanted to make one comment about public input and public comment at some of these meetings. So, as many of you know, that VTA is a giant organization, and they deal in a lot of things. And we saw something interesting that day, is that members of the public showed up. There were farming families that showed up, and their voices were heard, and that made a big difference. I was very surprised and happy to see that. It was a great day. If you believe in transparency and democracy and public input, it really mattered that day. Speaking of VTA, I'm an alternate on the VTA Board of Directors. I'm an alternate to Mayor Mark Turner in Morgan Hill, and I don't have a lot to report other than most of you have been watching the news that the VTA is on a strike, so the bus and train service is still delayed as far as I know as of this morning, so there's no changes there. In regards to another committee that I'm on the Gilroy Gardens Board of Directors, and Gilroy Gardens just celebrated their 25th anniversary over the weekend. Yesterday, actually, they had a celebration in celebration of 25 years. So I was able to speak at that as the mayor, and some of the comments that I made that, we're very, very thankful, this council and this city, we're very thankful that the jobs and the economic activity that Gilroy Gardens provides, and that we're all very interested in what can happen out there in the next 25 years. So that's my report. Moving on to the consent calendar, item number 6.0. Consent calendar. Any public comment, please?
No public comment.
Okay. Any questions or comments about?
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilmember Bracco and a second from Councilmember Klein to approve the consent calendars, items 6.1, 6.2, 6.3, and 6.4.
Councilmember Bracco?
Yes.
Councilmember Klein?
Yes.
Councilmember Fugazi?
Yes, sorry.
Councilmember Hilton?
Aye.
Councilmember Marks?
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez?
Yes.
Mayor Bozo?
Yes. Motion passes 7-0. As mentioned before, we have removed item 7.1. We will move right on to item number 7.2. Award a contract to Advanced Design Consultants for HVAC and mechanical design services at Old City Hall Restaurant, project number 25 RFP ASD 505, in the amount of $144,774. Staff report, please.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, members of the Gilroy community. Leanne McPhillips, the Administrative Services Director. The item before you tonight is to approve the design of the Old City Hall HVAC replacement. So just a little bit of background information for the council. The Old City Hall building was built in 1905, and it's been on our historic registry since 1975. It's a city-owned building, and we lease it to the Old City Hall restaurant. The current restaurant has been in operation since 2012. The HVAC system is over 35 years old and has reached the end of its useful life. Frequent repairs are necessary, and on hot days, the system really struggles to keep up. We've had over $40,000 in repairs over the last 2.5 years, and that's from both city staff time being allocated to going to the restaurant for repairs, as well as bringing in a third-party contractor to conduct repairs that our staff was not able to complete. The replacement of the HVAC, as a result of all that, the replacement of the HVAC got included in the fiscal year 24-25 capital improvement program. So we knew this was a project that we needed to take on at some point given the status of the system. So this is the phase 1 piece of the project, which is our design. So we got 6 proposals for the design, ranging from $104,100 to $391,756. The consultants are listed up on the screen and in the staff report with the different dollar amounts that came in on the bids. So we had a scoring committee who evaluated all of the bids in detail and selected Advanced Design Consultants as the best firm to work on this project. That decision was based on their experience with similar projects, their qualifications, their methodology of how they would go about the project, their staffing plan, their timeline, and then their overall cost. They were the second lowest of the group. And their proposal includes project management, preliminary design, 30, 60, and 100% plans, all of our regulatory permit preparation and acquisition, bid package development when we put the project out for construction bid, and then bid and construction support services. So Advanced Design Consultants, the proposed cost of the work to give us the design plans that we need to move this forward is $125,890. We add a 15% contingency if there's any unanticipated changes or issues, and we'll only spend that money if absolutely necessary, for a total project cost of $144,774. We do have this project budgeted in the facilities fund, and the fiscal year 25 CIP budget has $360,700 set aside for this project. That's sufficient to cover the design phase of this project, but as you'll see, it's probably not going to be sufficient for the construction. The remaining budget that we would have is $215,926. We know that's probably not going to be enough for construction. When we put the design plans out to construction bids, we'll actually get a confirmation of what it's actually going to cost to construct this new system. But using the standard of 15% design to the overall cost, we could be looking at something in the neighborhood of $800,000 for the actual construction of the system. We're just not sure. Once we get to that phase of the project, we would bring that back to council, and council would have obviously another opportunity to evaluate this and look at the costs of the bids for construction and make a decision at that time. So the next steps would be, upon council approval, with the proposed contract with Advanced Design would be finalized and executed by the city administrator. We'll give a notice to proceed, and then it's about 6 months for us to get to 100% construction plans that we can put out to bid for getting estimates on the construction part of the project. Walter Dunkel, our facilities and fleet superintendent, is here as well. If you have any questions for me or him, we're happy to assist.
Councilmember Fugazzi.
Yeah, a couple questions. So in total, maybe an $800,000 project in total to get the air conditioning fixed.
We think for the construction, it could be up to $800,000.
So almost $1 million then.
Almost $1 million.
And the current lease that we have there expires when?
I don't know off the top of my head. It's coming up? Coming up for renewal.
And the monthly rate is, I think I know, but I just want to make sure.
I don't know off the top of my head.
We are currently month to month with them.
Okay.
And I believe the rate is between $2,500 and $3,000. It goes up by CPI annually, but I'm pretty sure that's the range off the top of my head.
So we've spent $40,000 over 2.5 years.
Mm-hmm.
So $20,000 a year or something in repairs.
Give or take.
So we might be able to get a few more years out of it if we spend 20, 30, 40 grand a year or something like that.
As long as it's fixable. We are way beyond the useful life of the system. We're concerned that the system will go down. And if it goes down in the hot summer months, that creates a significant problem with the fact that the building occupies a restaurant. And
But then we lose a tenant.
I'm sorry?
Then we lose a tenant for $3,000 a month.
We could.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Bracco.
When you have this repaired, did anybody ask the contractor to give an estimate on replacing it?
Well, we have to have the design of the system.
Why?
And then we put the design out to bid. It's going to be a complicated project to pull
Why
the
not
HVAC out of
take it out and put a brand new one in?
That's what they will do. And it will be designed for that building.
But why do you have to go through? We all know what happened when we did it here. It was so expensive that we said no. And that's what's going to happen here. This is an old historic building. Why not just replace what's there?
Well, that's what we're trying to do, but we have to do it correctly and to specs and to all the standards that we have to have it built to. So we have to get the design plan in order to determine what it's going to take to construct.
It just seems like you guys make things as hard as possible. Any business would call up a contractor and they would replace it. I did mine. They brought in a crane and they put a new one. It's not a big deal, but you guys are making it a big deal.
Councilmember Ramirez.
So have they historically been on a month-to-month, or is there a reason for it being on a month-to-month?
I believe the original term was maybe 5 years. They've had several instances in the last couple of years of consideration of selling the business, and therefore until there is more stability, I think, in who's going to ultimately run that business, we've just stayed on the month-to-month for now.
So that's more coming from them rather than we're having issues with them?
Yes.
Just want to clarify
Yes,
that.
that's correct.
Councilmember Fine.
How long has it been rented out as a restaurant?
2012?
Well, 2012 for Old City Hall, but prior to that, there was Chips and Salsa, and there was,
Tapas.
I think, Tapas restaurant. So
Right.
there were a few restaurants that weren't successful, kind of short term, but Old City Hall has been there consistently since 2012.
It's been a restaurant ever since the 80s.
Okay. Yeah. You got the historical data.
Yeah.
There you go.
It's
Now, in
back
terms of documentation of previous work done on this, I know they don't have as-bills because it was built back in 05 and they
Right.
didn't have drawings really,
Right.
as far as what we see now. So
Right,
really
right.
in documentation, we're having to, by having contract this firm, we're creating basically the construction documents
Correct.
to bid this out.
Correct.
Yeah.
It's been rebuilt twice.
You're off.
Right, I understand.
We rebuilt it back in the 80s, and then they had the earthquake, and we had to rebuild it again.
Right.
Councilmember Marks.
I have to agree with Councilmember Bracco. The companies that would come in to do the job, to me, they would know what was expected because they're used to doing these projects. And I am not for hiring this consultant. We're spending $140-some thousand on it, and then I just heard where this cost could go up to $800,000. We don't know where the money's coming from. We gave $140-some thousand to a consultant for a project to just sit. But yet I'm hearing, but we can't let this heating or air conditioning go down in the winter or summer months. But if we don't have the money, it's going to go down anyway. So why can't we just have companies that specialize in these kinds of projects come and give bids? Because wouldn't they know what was expected of them to do?
We have to have plans that we're telling them this is the design of the system that will meet the needs of this particular building, and then they bid that work. It's a public works project, so we have to get the bids for the work in that manner.
Go ahead, Councilmember Facati.
One other question. Since you are designing the HVAC system into the building, is it being designed for a restaurant, this particular restaurant, always going to be a restaurant? Or is there some reason possibly still to hold off if we don't know this restaurant is going to be there because they don't have a long-term lease, that we might want a different design for a different tenant? Is it going to be a design that's going to be specific to the needs of this particular restaurant or restaurants in general?
Well, it's been a restaurant for quite some time, so that's the business that's been successful there. So we are building a system that's going to be able to withstand that usage because originally that building was obviously not a restaurant, and so the system gets a lot more use because it's open 7 days a week, long hours, and with the weather, the HVAC gets utilized quite a bit.
Does it lock us into their layout or their specific kind of layout as a restaurant?
Well, I don't know that. Walter, do you know? I think, come up, Walter. But I think it will be built, for, how the building is laid out now and what we know it to be. But maybe we'll have some flexibility to be able to adjust if a different use went into the building.
Yeah, as long as a different use still utilizes the same rooms and walls without, modifications to all the walls, then it would still work for any business that took over that building.
Mayor, so just to piggyback off of Councilmember Bracco and Marks, so if I need a new HVAC system, and I'm pushing for one, but my husband's pushing back, I would imagine we would call an HVAC company and say, take a look. What are our needs? What do you recommend? And assuming that they know all the permits and all of the different things that have to go into it, and make a recommendation to us. And then if we were to say yes, then they would move forward. I know that's simple compared to the building here, but I'm still having a hard time understanding, can that be done? Or you're saying that these guys come in and create the design. I appreciate that. I'm sure are nuances, but the question is, could we bypass this $144,000 expense and go straight to an HVAC company that could come in and then make a recommendation and then do it if we agreed?
So I don't think the dollar amount of this particular contract is going to be big enough to qualify for the design build model that we approved in the city charter, but maybe our city attorney could speak to that, but we would have to follow our public works bidding process.
Yeah, if I may, I think that's correct, because it was presumably not $1 million contract, and therefore we would have to bid out an actual design.
So just to make it clear, no design, no HVAC.
Correct. We have to have a design that we put out to bid following all public works bidding process, get those bids, and then if we decide to move forward with moving forward with one of those bids, then that will be a separate decision that we'll bring to council for their consideration.
Good question.
Go ahead.
Well, I'm not really excited about just having a HVAC guy come out and look at the project and see what we need, because he's going to design it. That's what you're doing with this process. This gives you cover and protection from, because who knows, he could come back with additional things that change orders. And I think you go with a scope and a spec on a project, and they determine that. This consultant's not going to be able to bid on this project, right?
Yeah, no, this is an engineering design firm
right,
only.
Exactly.
They are not going to do construction.
If you're going to go this route, you need to have that spelled out. And I wouldn't be comfortable opening it up to just subs coming in and randomly bidding on something that they don't know. Everyone's interpretation is different, and how they look at projects and their experience. And this gives everyone a level playing field to bid off of. And the numbers come where they come. So,
Mayor?
Yeah.
Are you looking at the screen, first of all, to see that we're here, that we are pressing our little buttons to speak? Or do we just pop it out? Okay.
No,
then,
I'm not. I don't
then you
have a
don't mind if
screen.
we just
No, go
pop
ahead.
out?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. Now I have another question. Okay. If we approve this tonight, then, and you've already said the cost is going to go way over.
We think it's going to go over. We won't know until we actually put it out to bid.
I would like some assurance that if we go to all of this expense, that this is going to be done in a timely fashion as construction costs keep going up, up, up. Where would I guess this is a Jimmy question, where would the extra money come from? Or do you see it not getting done? We get the plans and then it just gets shelved.
Well, usually for items of this nature, the council uses one-time funds. And it's no different than any repairs we do on any city building. We do budget for some of that, but as you stated, the amount of the remaining budget, $215,000, is not going to be enough. So whatever that delta is, we have to come up with a financing plan, and has typically been the use of one-time funds.
And do you see that happening right after these bids come in?
Well, I think Leanne could speak on the schedule of what the designer and construction, but we have no reason to, once we get the design done, we have no reason to wait to bid it out because the design is finished and we just bid it out like we have to according to the purchasing code.
That's right. So 6 months to 100% construction plans that we can put out to bid.
Okay. So it will be done.
And then we put it out to bid, we'll get those bids back, and then we're going to be right back here telling you
Asking
what those results are, and go, no go. Do we want to move forward or not?
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. No further questions. I'll move on to public comment.
Yes, Mayor, Council, we have one speaker, Ron Kirkish.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and community. When the comment was made that we're going to invest about $144,000 and maybe $800,000 down the road, it kind of concerned me, of course. The issue that concerned me, though, is there's been we had some ladies here, some educated ladies that tried to say, we got to get rid of natural gas. We got to get rid of it completely. Would this be something that would be considered to be folded in during this time for $800,000? So I think what I'd like to know is for sure what this is exactly for, and that it doesn't include any extraneous issues, especially in regards to so-called clean energy. Thank you.
Any further public comment?
No other speakers.
Okay. Councilmember Fugati.
So I'm inclined not to support this, mainly because it's $1 million expenditure into a building that I think as we go into, after first strategic planning, we go into looking to see some of the larger issues we want around to focus on during economic development. It's not off the table that we have a lot of assets in the city that can be protected historically, but also not managed necessarily by the city. This is an evidence of what it is to be a property owner. If you own, a Victorian home or an apartment building, or in this case, Old City Hall, with it comes all of the liabilities, and the other side of the ledger needs to be there for you to take on all of those liabilities. I don't know that we have at this moment, especially with the newer council that we have and some of the direction we had at the strategic planning for economic development, that we wouldn't want to look at this differently, especially in light of what a new tenant might be there, possibly liquidating it with deed restrictions or other things that might come up that we just don't even know yet. And on the other side of that is a maybe that we might have to put $30,000 or $40,000 into a repair, or maybe it will break altogether, and tenant that we have on month to month getting $2,500 to the city is not going to be able to have a business that they're looking to sell there anyway. And so for those reasons, at least at this time, I would not be supportive of this.
Other comments? Councilmember Hilton.
Okay. So going through this strategic planning and budget process, this is my third time doing it. So we're in an awkward moment where we're working off the past council's, approved budget, strategic plan. I was in favor of this, and probably a year ago we probably would have gone through with it. But now, after going through our new strategic plan and wanting to build out this economic development, this is an asset that's sitting there, and just like Councilmember Fugazi said, it could be an opportunity that we may or may not know what we want to do with by the time we're done with this budget. And we would be using one-time funds. So maybe those one-time funds could be used towards something else that that is a little bit higher. I know that maybe hearing back to staff like, I'm sorry, you got to keep repairing it, is frustrating. I get it. But we're a 150-year-old city. This is not the only thing that needs repair. But I think we need to give this new group the opportunity to pursue that economic development portion of our strategic plan. And I think this property is going to play right into that. So that's where I'd like to not move forward on this tonight. Keep it. Obviously, it's in our CIP, so we don't have to create it again, but not move forward with it tonight either. Thank you.
Councilmember Klein.
Yeah, I know I mentioned just the processes, if we went forward with this, why we need to do that. But I concur with both my Councilmember Fugazi and Hilton about right now where we're at. I was part of the approval process 2 years ago, and it is on the CIP. But at the same time, with where we're at and what we've been talking about, I would tend to lean the same way with them on this at this moment. And, you know, it's our product and our building, so we'll have to take care of it maintenance-wise. In the meantime, that's just what we're going to have to do. So I concur with them. Thanks.
I'll make a motion that we reject this.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second that we reject item 7.2 in awarding a contract of Advanced Design Consultants, Inc. for HVAC and mechanical design services at Old City Hall Restaurant. Project number 25, RFP ASD 505, in the amount of $144,774. Roll call, please.
Excuse me for a second. Just for clarity, that I understand that to be a motion not to award the contract. Is that correct?
Correct.
That's without prejudice to this matter coming back at some future time, correct?
Correct.
Of course it can.
All right, thank you.
Roll call, please.
Okay, Councilmember Bracco.
Yes.
Councilmember Klein.
Yes.
Councilmember Fugazi.
Yes.
Councilmember Hilton.
Aye.
Councilmember Marks.
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Yes.
Mayor Boto.
Yes. Motion passes 7-0. Moving on to I'm going to jump to item number 8.2, just as a reminder for some of the public that item number 8 is a public hearing. Excuse me, I got that wrong. I'm so sorry. Okay, moving on to number 8.1. Tentative map applications to subdivide approximately 6.7 acres into 42 single-family duet residential lots and approximately 41.36 acres into 84 single-family residential lots in the Glen Loma Ranch Specific Plan area. Any disclosures by council? Okay, staff report, please.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. The Glen Loma Group is before you this evening requesting subdivision of the last remaining neighborhoods in the Glen Loma Ranch Specific Plan area. There will be 2 tentative maps under consideration this evening. They are generally bordered on the north by Christmas Hill Park. To the south by Santa Teresa Boulevard and the Eagle Ridge development. To the east by the Grove and Luchesa neighborhoods within the Glen Loma Ranch Specific Plan area. And to the west by the Montanaco and Nebbiolo neighborhoods also within the Glen Loma Ranch Specific Plan area. If these tentative maps are approved this evening, approval of these maps and the subsequent development will complete development of the portion of the Glen Loma Ranch Specific Plan area under control of the Glen Loma Group. The only remaining portion would be the Olive Grove neighborhood that the school district owns. Just to give you a little bit of a background on the environmental review, when the specific plan was approved in 2005, the city also certified an EIR, and that was on November 7th, 2005. At that time, the specific plan area was expected to generate approximately 1,693 residential units. Since that time, the number of residential units has been significantly decreased. It is now anticipated that there will be a maximum development of 1,467 residential units. 1,208 of those would be developed by the Glen Loma Group, and the remaining 259 could potentially be developed on the Olive Grove neighborhood. But again, that is under ownership by the school district, and it's unknown at this time how that will develop. Due to the decreased number of residential units, the city considered a subsequent traffic analysis that was prepared specifically to analyze the reduced project size. And the council considered that on October 7th, 2024. And at that time, the council determined that it was appropriate to adopt a second addendum to the approved EIR, the adopted EIR. And as part of that process, the city council determined that the project did not trigger the phase 3 mitigation measures. and thereby eliminated mitigation measures 36, 37, 39, 41, 43, and 44, and also determined that mitigation measure 34 had been satisfied through the installation of a signal. At this time, no additional environmental work is required for approval of these tentative maps. The first tentative map under consideration this evening is tentative map TM2402. This is within the Town Center Flex neighborhood, and it is surrounded on the north by West Luchessa Avenue, on the south by Loma Ranch Street, to the east by 10th Street, and the west by Miller Avenue. This subdivision will be a 6.7-acre site, and it will subdivide this property into 42 single-family compact lots. Those will be developed with duet units, and those are single-family homes that are attached on one side. There will also be 4 open space parcels, 4 private streets, and Lot Q, Parcel Q, is a private lot that will be conveyed to the city for the fire station, and that will be conveyed to the city in accordance with the provisions of the 4th operating memorandum to the Glen Loma Ranch Development Agreement that the City Council approved on October 7, 2024. The Town Center Flex neighborhood in the specific plan area was intended to provide flexibility in the type of development that was approved. The specific plan envisioned that commercial, residential, or mixed-use development could occur on this site, and that actual development would be determined by market demand at the time that development occurred. When the City Council adopted the 4th operating memorandum, the Council determined that no commercial uses would be developed within this area, and that specifically that only single-family attached homes would be developed here. The Council further determined that no specific plan amendment was required because the specific plan allows single-family and multifamily homes. The second map is TM2403. This consists of 3 neighborhoods, the Canyon Creek, Rocky Knoll, and Malvasia 2 neighborhoods. Starting with Canyon Creek, which is in the northeastern portion of this tentative map area. This consists of 40 compact single-family lots. It will also involve construction of the Autumn Camp Trail, which is a trail that will run from West Luchessa Avenue down to the Santa Teresa Trail. This neighborhood will complete the Luchessa Bridge. It will have a density of about 10.26 dwelling units per net acre, and 8 homes will back onto West Luchessa Avenue in this neighborhood, and those homes will have a sound wall. Moving down to the Rocky Knoll neighborhood, this neighborhood is adjacent to Santa Teresa Boulevard, and this neighborhood will consist of 21 compact single-family lots. It will construct a portion of the Santa Teresa Trail that abuts this neighborhood, and it will complete the Autumn Camp Trail. This neighborhood will have a density of about 10 units per net acre. There will be 5 lots that back onto Santa Teresa Boulevard, and those will necessitate a 6-foot-high sound wall. And then finally, the Malvasia 2 neighborhood is at the corner of Santa Teresa Boulevard and West Luchessa Avenue. This will consist of 23 compact single-family lots. It will also conclude construction of the Santa Teresa Trail through the specific plan area. It will have a density of about 9 dwelling units per net acre, and there will be 6 homes or lots that back onto West Luchessa or Santa Teresa Boulevard, and those will have a 6-foot-high sound wall. The City Council must approve a tentative map unless it can make one of the following findings: that the map is subject to severe flood hazard or severe inundation, that the map is not consistent with the general plan, that the map is not physically suitable for the type of development and the proposed density of development, that the map is likely to cause substantial environmental damage or substantially and avoidably injure fish or wildlife or their habitat, that the map is likely to cause serious public health problems, or the map will conflict with easements acquired by the public at large for access through or use of property within the proposed subdivision. Staff cannot make any of these findings, and therefore we are recommending that the City Council determine that tentative map applications TM2402 and TM2403 do not require independent CEQA review beyond EIR Addendum Number 2 adopted by the City Council on October 7, 2024, and that the City Council adopt the resolution approving tentative map TM 2402, subject to the findings, conditions, and mitigation measures provided in the draft resolution. And finally, that the City Council adopt the resolution approving tentative map TM 2403, subject to the findings, conditions, and mitigation measures provided in the draft resolution. And I can answer any questions you have.
Questions for staff? No questions for staff? Public comment?
We have no speakers at this time.
Okay. I assume there's no further questions. We do have 3 different motions as a reminder. So I'm looking for some action on item number 1.
I move to approve.
I second.
Okay, so I have a motion by Councilmember Marks and a second by Councilmember Ramirez to determine that the tentative map applications TM 24-02 and TM 24-03 do not require independent CEQA review beyond EIR Addendum Number 2 because none of the conditions described in CEQA Guidelines 15162 are present.
Councilmember Bracco.
Yes.
Councilmember Klein.
Yes.
Councilmember Fugazzi.
Yes.
Councilmember Hilton.
Aye.
Councilmember Marks.
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Yes.
And Mayor Bozo.
Yes. I'll entertain a motion.
A motion.
I have a motion by Councilmember Klein.
I'll second. Go ahead. Yeah.
Second by Councilmember Bracco to adopt a resolution approving tentative map TM 2402 subject to the findings, conditions, and mitigation measures provided in the draft resolution.
Councilmember Bracco.
Yes.
Councilmember Klein.
Yes.
Councilmember Fugazzi.
Yes.
Councilmember Hilton.
Aye.
Councilmember Marks.
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Yes.
Mayor Bozo.
Yes. Looking for a motion on item number 3.
I move.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Ramirez.
I'll second.
I have a second by Councilmember Marks to adopt a resolution approving tentative map TM 2403, subject to the findings, conditions, and mitigation measures provided in the draft resolution.
Councilmember Bracco.
Yes.
Councilmember Klein.
Yes.
Councilmember Fugazzi.
Yes.
Councilmember Hilton.
Aye.
Councilmember Marks.
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Yes.
And Mayor Bozo.
Yes.
Can I make a brief statement? Those 3 measures passed unanimously. I just want to acknowledge the efforts of Arminta Jensen, who's the engineer on the project, who's worked on these maps for 20 years and is here. So I think we should just acknowledge that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are going to jump to number 9.2. 9.2, we're going to jump because 8.2 is a hard at 7 o'clock. So 9.2. It's okay. Adoption of an ordinance approving a zoning map amendment application to rezone an undeveloped property. APN 810-23005 to residential hillside, consistent with the 2040 General Plan Hillside Residential Land Use Designation Z2203. Staff report, please.
Okay, on your February 24th meeting, the City Council considered zone change application Z2203, and you approved it by a vote of 6-1. So this is the second reading of the ordinance, and we are at this time recommending that the City Council adopt this the zoning map amendment.
Questions for staff? Public comment?
No speakers.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion.
Motion.
Okay. I have a motion by Councilmember Klein with a second by Councilmember Bracco to adopt an ordinance of the City Council approving zoning amendment application Z2203 to redesignate a 37.5 acre site from agricultural A1 zone to residential hillside zone consistent with the 2040 plan. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bracco.
Yes.
Councilmember Klein.
Yes.
Councilmember Fugazzi.
No.
Councilmember Hilton.
Aye.
Councilmember Marks.
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Yes.
Mayor Bozo.
Yes. Yeah. Great. So in an attempt to get to 7 o'clock before we start the transitioning agenda, no, I am not going to sing. We are going to jump to the city administrator's report.
Oh, there we go.
Item number 12.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have 2 informational items for you that I can take care of right now in the next 70 or 80 seconds. Two, one is that Library Day at the San Francisco Giants game is April 7th, and that is sponsored by our own Santa Clara County Library. And if you use a special link on the county website, the Giants will give every ticket purchased $5 back to the library. So a good day to get out and watch baseball. They play the Reds at 7 o'clock and have activities for a few hours before. The second item that I wanted to announce is that on Monday, March 24th from 6 o'clock to 7 o'clock, our housing division out of community development will hold a virtual public meeting for the Santa Clara County Multi-City Inclusionary Zoning and Affordable Housing Study. In a nutshell, this study is a collaboration from several kind of smaller cities, but some big ones in the county to develop an initiative to update and enact new affordable housing policies. It is part of our housing element to do, and so being the city of our size, it's good for us to collaborate with other agencies and share the load and the workload. And so that will be from 6 to 7. It is a virtual meeting, and it will be in our weekly e-newsletter as well. So click on that and participate if you'd like to have some input and see what we can possibly do for affordable housing in Gilroy. That concludes my report.
Okay, great. I am going to kill another 20 seconds. And I'm going to move on to item number 11 and speak as slow as possible. And the item number 11 is future council-initiated agenda items, and we have none. So with 3 seconds remaining, we are going to move on to item 8.2, please. And I will read it. 8.2, hold the second public hearing regarding the city's transition from an at-large to a district-based election system for the purpose of receiving public input on the potential contours of the new districts and hearing the demographics presentation on the transition process and the drawing of district maps for the November 26 and 28 elections. Any disclosures by council members?
Disclosures? No, but I have a comment.
Okay.
First of all, thank you to staff for creating those 2 additional public meetings, workshops. I'm just wondering if it would be helpful, since we do want to encourage participation, to provide snacks maybe, or even consider providing some type of supervisory efforts for children so that parents can come and participate. Just a thought.
Thank you. Staff report.
Okay, I'll give a brief staff report. This is the second public hearing required by law pursuant to the resolution that the council adopted on February 24 to proceed with the safe harbor districting process, which we are now engaged in. And this hearing is for the purpose of hearing primarily from our demographer, Liz Stitt, who is here, along with outside counsel Kim Manolius, about communities of interest and how they should be defined and how they should influence the boundaries of the composition of the districts that are to be drawn before any maps are considered. No maps are going to be considered tonight, although I think anybody who has checked the website is aware there is a map drawing tool there, which is very interesting to use. After the public hearing is closed, the council should at some point should reach a decision and actually by formal motion decide whether the city should draw 6 districts and retain a directly elected mayor, or possibly draw 7 districts in which there would be 7 council members elected by district and the mayor would be selected on a rotating or some other basis. And that's necessary to be decided at least tentatively tonight so that the demographers can start drawing maps with the right number and the public as well. And I do want to also mention the third public hearing. It will be at the Monday, April 7 council meeting. And in between, as Councilmember Ramirez mentioned, there are 2 public workshops scheduled. On Tuesday, March 25 at 7 p.m. in the South Valley Middle School Multipurpose Room. And secondly, on Saturday, March 29 at 9:30 a.m. in the Christopher High School Library. So those will be additional avenues for public participation in addition to these public hearings. So I'm not sure if Mr. Manolius has anything to add at this point or is available to answer questions. So let me turn the meeting, if I might, over to our demographer, Liz Stead, from Redistricting Partners.
Thank you, and good evening. Let me go ahead and pull the presentation up. As mentioned, this is the second meeting. It's going to look very similar to the last one. This one's going to have a lot more details for how the public can get involved, so some of this is going to sound very repetitive. That's a part of the process, is the learning process. And hopefully folks who didn't watch the last meeting can catch up tonight. So things we're going to go over is what is districting, what's the CVRA, the public hearing schedule, including those 2 new outreach meetings, the traditional districting principles we use. It's how we craft our maps. We'll go over what communities of interest are, how to get involved, the population, and what's next. So first of all, what is districting? The whole reason why we're here. Essentially at the heart of it, it's just establishing election districts. And these boundaries determine 2 things: who's eligible to run for that seat and who's eligible to vote. Under the California Voting Rights Act, they make it very clear there's really only one way forward with a districted election. So you have to be one representative for your election district, and you have to live within that election district in order to vote for that person. We hear often, I get questions like, well, what if we had election districts with 3 representatives or something like that? Again, it's got to be one representative within an election district, and you have to live within that district to vote. So, the California Voting Rights Act, this was a law that was created in the early 2000s, essentially prohibiting the use of at-large election systems if there's evidence of racially polarized voting occurring. And racially polarized voting, here for this purpose, it's defined as differences in voting patterns among protected classes and the white population. You'll hear me use terms like protected classes. The best way to define that is by looking at the Federal Voting Rights Act, and that is a protected group of people in that law. The 3 most common protected classes in California include Latinos, African Americans, and Asians. So in the city of Gilroy, the largest protected class would be Latinos. So the California Voting Rights Act, it takes the principles of the Federal Voting Rights Act and it expands on it in a couple of ways. So the Federal Voting Rights Act uses the term majority minority, and that's the standard for determining vulnerability. In California, with the California Voting Rights Act, it takes that standard and it lowers it to the ability to influence. So that could be anywhere between like 25, 30, 40% of a protected class. So it doesn't have to be over 50%. And then the CVRA also requires that plaintiffs get fully reimbursed for their legal fees. This is where the law gets its teeth. And there has been no jurisdiction that's successfully challenged this. So it's financially the prudent way to go. And of course, these fees can be lessened and capped as long as we follow the safe harbor provisions. So that is what we are doing in our process. 2 very important provisions in the safe harbor guidelines. There's got to be 5 meetings. The first 2 are devoted to education, collecting input from the public. And then the next 3 will be devoted to maps. So we don't look at maps for the first 2 meetings, but the next 3 will be devoted to maps. And then all of this has to be completed within 90 days. So even though this won't be implemented until 2026, next year, we still have to get this done in 90 days. So here's the updated schedule. So obviously today is the public hearing number 2. We're also going to have 2 community meetings in between now and the next hearing. So on March 25th at 7 p.m., we'll be meeting at South Valley Middle School. And then on March 29th, that's a Saturday, we'll be meeting at 9:30 at Christopher High School. So there I'll be presenting very similar presentation to today, and I'll also be sticking around helping people draw their own maps, answering questions. It's really an opportunity for folks to have a back and forth with us as the demographers and staff, because it's a little bit harder to do that at these public meetings. So we wanted to give the public an opportunity to really have an impromptu session with the map drawers in the city. Oh, and one more important deadline. March 31st is when the maps will be posted to the website, and we ask that members of the community submit their maps by March 30th in order to be considered at the next meeting. So at the next meeting, you'll receive draft maps from us and all the maps that are published on Districtor that are posted before March 31st. So that leads us to the required districting criteria. So this is a ranked list of criteria set forth by the state under the Fair Maps Act. So the first and most important criteria on here is each district has to be relatively equal in population. So we're looking at U.S. Census population to determine what is relatively equal. And we use less than 10% deviation to be considered as relatively equal. And I'll show you guys how to calculate that when I show you how to use Districtor. And then each district has to be contiguous. So remember, that's when we want to make sure that the election district is one whole piece, and we're not going from one part of the city to the other end of the city and saying that's one. There are a couple of ways of looking at contiguity. So there's literal contiguity, that's where it's one whole piece. And then there's travel contiguity. So here's an example of travel contiguity. That highlighted area is a railroad, and that prevents people from easily traveling across it. So the city decided to use that as a barrier to ensure that District 5 is travel contiguous. And then I'm skipping past maintain communities of interest because I'm going to come back to that. The most important aspect to talk about tonight. But next is lines should be easy to identify. They should be understandable. If a member of the public looked at a map and saw the lines, they should say, yes, that makes sense. So we're looking for things like natural boundaries or man-made boundaries, highways. Monterey, for example, would be a great boundary. And then we want to make sure that we're keeping districts compact. So we're shooting for circles and squares and not ribbons. So the map on the left was drawn before the Fair Maps Act came out. It cuts through a bunch of communities. It goes from one end of the city to the other. And then on the right was the updated map after the Fair Maps Act came out. Very compact. So maintaining communities of interest. This is really where the public comes to shine. California is very fortunate to have the Fair Maps Act, where it places so much emphasis on public engagement, making sure that the public is involved in the redistricting or districting criteria, and maintaining communities of interest is one of those aspects. You can see it's relatively high in the list of criteria. And it's something that really the community needs to define. So a good way of defining a community of interest in general is it's a group of people who share societal concerns or economic concerns who would benefit from being districted together. So some characteristics include things like public safety, cultural districts, shared socioeconomic characteristics, We like to think of them as building blocks of an election district. So remembering that communities are stronger when they're able to advocate for themselves, when they're able to vote together cohesively. If we inadvertently cut through their community, it's going to take away some of their power, their collective power. So we're trying to identify communities of interest as much as possible, and it's why we encourage the public to let us know about their specific communities of interest. I like to show this slide just to show how diverse communities of interest are. So of course it includes things like neighborhoods, downtown areas, rural areas. It can include things like tourism areas, media markets, so how people get their information, rural agricultural areas. Homeowners and renters are very common in California. So usually if you can make the argument that it's a community of interest, that you should stay together with your neighbors, then you're probably a community of interest. Unless you're part of these three groups. So under the Fair Maps Act, it does explicitly prohibit these groups from being considered a community of interest. So political party affiliation, incumbency, political candidates, and that's there to prevent things like incumbent gerrymandering or partisan gerrymandering. And then the next part, this is not prohibited, it's just impossible to draw. So groups of similarly minded people who do not share a geographic location or if they're citywide. So remembering we're trying to group these communities of interest together within election districts, and if they're citywide, then we're not going to keep them in one cohesive voting area. So when the public does get ready to give their presentation or testimony, we do like to prep them with these three questions. So does the community have a shared culture, characteristic, or bond? What makes you unique? What sets you apart from your surrounding areas? Is the community geographic in nature? So as demographers, we're looking for specifics like street boundaries, landmarks, something that'll let us know where you are, so we can put you on the map. And then how would you describe your community's relationship with the city, and how is it impacted by the city council's decisions? So there are a ton of ways that the public can participate. You can obviously speak at meetings like one tonight, speak directly to the decision makers. You can also go on the website where you can fill out this form. So submit your community of interest form. It's going to ask questions like the ones that I just proposed. And then it gets a little bit more detailed, and it's really helpful to let us know where communities of interest are. Of course, and we highly encourage it, you can draw maps as well. So there are two different types of maps that we're looking for. We're looking for, obviously, community of interest maps. That's where you draw exactly where your community of interest is. It doesn't matter in terms of the population, but we are looking for boundaries, landmarks, and it really helps us let us know where your community is so we don't split it in the process. Additionally, we're looking for districted plans. So you can draw maps where there are up to 7 election districts, and draw it based on how you would logically split up the city. And there are a couple of ways of doing that. There are going to be paper maps. We'll have that ready for the community events. This is for folks who don't like to use computers or don't have access to the internet. So we have these paper maps for people to draw and have the ability to draw balanced maps. We have used these paper maps for cities like Napa and Davis, where we were able to successfully select one of those paper maps and elevate it, and they chose to go with that for their final map. And of course, we have Districtor. I love Districtor. It is so easy to use. If you haven't checked it out yet, please do. It was created by academics who wanted regular people to get involved in the redistricting process. So it's intuitive, user-friendly, and I'll show you guys how to use that in just a little bit. But you'll be able to draw things like community of interest maps and balanced maps. And you can draw maps that are 6 districts or 7. All of this information, so anything related to districting, will be on this website. And of course, you can always contact staff at districting@cityofgilroy.org. Anytime you can ask questions, or you could submit testimony using that website as well, or that email address as well. But anything related to districting, so the video of tonight's meeting, or the presentation for this meeting, or the link to Districtor, all of that will be on this website. And then real quickly, when obviously this is the map at large, when you receive maps, you're going to get 2 different data sets. And you're always going to get the 2020 census data, and you're always going to get the citizen voting age population data. These are both very important and used for different things through this process. So the 2020 census data is used to determine balanced districts. So that's how we know if we're under that 10% deviation. And then the citizen voting age population is what we use to determine if we're following the Federal Voting Rights Act. So again, very important. We can't have legal maps without both of these data sets. So what's next? Obviously, you'll open it up to the public to hear their input, and then discuss things like what community of interest can you identify, let us know, because next time you're going to get some draft maps. So talk about the similarities, which communities should be together, and then provide us with some direction. What kind of maps do you want to see? Do you want us to base draft maps off of maps that we receive from the public? Do you have any ideas that are floating around and in terms of how you want maps to look for the next meeting? With the understanding that they're not drawn to be perfect, and at the next meeting you'll be able to adjust those maps. And then at the next meeting, they'll be presented to you, but they'll be posted a week prior to the meeting on the website. So March 31st is when it will be posted. That's my presentation. However, I would like to show how to use Districtor if you guys will. Great. Okay. Let me pull up the website. I'm just going to go here. There we go. So if you go to districtr.org/tag/Gilroy, that site is specifically created for the city of Gilroy to go through map drawing. You're going to have a few options. So if you want to draw a city council district with 6 districts, you have that option. With 7, you have that option. And then your community of interest map is this red-orange button. When we go down, we see the public gallery. These are the maps that have already been submitted. So we'll be discussing them at the next meeting. You can see quite a few have been drawn, which is very encouraging. Love to see it. And then works in progress is not considered community of interest. It's where you can save your maps, come back to it. But just as a reminder to folks, once you hit save and share to the gallery, that is considered public testimony. So let me show you how to draw some maps. When you hit on, well, I'm going to first do identify community of interest. So it immediately goes to the city's boundaries. If we want to draw a community, we hit this paintbrush, and it allows us to change the size of the brush. So you can see here, there are little blocks. Those are census blocks. That's the smallest unit of geography that the U.S. Census gives us, and we cannot separate them. So that is literally what we use to draw as well. And it's a great way for the public to see why shapes are made the way they are. Because sometimes we get census blocks that are a little strange looking, like this is one census block, even though it's... But census blocks are based off of things like topography. So I'm assuming there's a hill or a river or something over there. Yeah. So if I want to draw a community of interest, I just fill in whatever I think that community of interest is, I name it, and then I describe how it's a community. So again, we're looking for unique characteristics, what kind of bonds you have, how they're impacted by the city council. And then if you want to draw more, all you have to do is hit this plus sign, and then it allows you to draw another one. And then describe it. You can also look at the different data layers, so demographics, and then evaluation. This is more important for the other map option, but it is kind of cool that we get to break it down by things like citizen voting age, population. Again, this is what demographers use when we're drawing maps. So when it comes to communities of interest, population size doesn't matter, unlike districting. So it can be as large or as small. Don't worry about size. We just want to know where your community is. And then once you're happy with your community of interest, you hit save. And then you can either share now, which will go straight to the gallery, or you can hit work in progress and come back to it at a later date. So let's just real fast go over districting. So how do you draw a map? What is an equally balanced district? So this looks almost exactly the same, but it doesn't have color. So we'll use this brush as an example of how to draw. So I'll start filling it in. I just click down with my mouse and it starts populating. And you can see that it's going toward a gray line. And that gray line is the ideal size of a district. So down here, it tells me the ideal size. We're just over it. And it's got a deviation of 1%. So that's under that 10% deviation. So let's draw another district just to show you how to calculate the total deviation. And this right here, this is the eraser, very important. If there's something you don't like, you just erase it. And there's a small little, okay, I'm just going to fill that in. Okay, so when I want to draw another one, and I don't want to draw over a district, please hit locked already drawn districts so you don't inadvertently draw over this. So if I want to draw another one, I just start populating it with how I would imagine it would, or how I would want a district being drawn. I went over, and then in order to determine the total deviation, you're going to hover over it to see the deviation for an individual district. This tells me that it's 4%. And remember, this is, well, now it's negative 2.4%. So what we would do is we would add those together, and the total deviation would be, what is it, 4 and 2, so 6.4% would be the total deviation. So even though, I do want to give some warnings, even though it says this is the max deviation, that's only half of the story. So if there is a deviation of 4% here, we still have to add that 2% in order to determine if it's under 10%. It's a little complicated, but It's a lot easier than trying to do this without a program. And then we can also determine things like citizen voting age population. So we can look at that because that is very important in this process. And we can see the different makeups for each district. So, and then obviously you would just fill in the rest of the map, and then you would hit save. Now you can name it. It's encouraged. If you want to name it after yourself, that's very helpful. If you want to name it after a theme in your map, that's very helpful. And then you would just hit share to the gallery. Now, if you do not name your map, that is totally fine. Every map is going to have a unique number, and that's how we're going to track it. So the name is helpful, lets us know either who's behind the map or what the theme is behind the map, but it's the ID or the ID number that's going to allow us to track it and make sure that we're, if you guys want to uplift a map, for example, you'll identify it by its ID number. So that's how you use Districtor. With that, I'm happy to take any questions, but I do know you need to turn it over to the public as well.
Councilmember Fugazzi.
Seemed somewhat obvious to me in looking at this. Is any of this available in Spanish? Because isn't that part of the purpose of doing this?
Yes. So
Districtor's in Spanish?
Districtor is not in Spanish. Staff and I are working on the best way forward for that. So we've had previous clients who would have a link to a page in Spanish with all the same content, or a PDF with all the same content.
Or a video that shows them how to use it in Spanish? Is there anything like that? A training video?
We've had people do that as well. So if you have any requests for staff in terms of how to handle that, that would also be.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood. So there is a video that shows how to use Districtor that's in Spanish?
Not yet. So I'm currently working with staff on what is the best way forward with how to communicate the requirements from Districtor in Spanish.
That just seems strange to me, that given the nature of the process and the reason for doing the process, that there wouldn't be help in Spanish. Another question, too. You mentioned paper maps. Is there a PDF and instructions in Spanish and in English on how to use paper maps? It's available on our website?
There will be. It's not available yet, but there will be.
Okay. Thank you.
Further questions? I have a question. Could you talk a little bit about what the community can expect at the public meetings? I know you mentioned it already, but could you get in a little bit more detail? Like, do they need to bring anything? What will they expect when they get there, other than more interaction?
Yeah. So at these meetings...
Excuse me, and also what type of translation services will be available?
Thank you. Yes. So we will have Spanish translators there. And of course, if there are folks who speak another language, they can always request a translator. But there definitely will be Spanish translation there. Usually the first 20 minutes of the meeting for these community outreach meetings are devoted to just education. So it's going to be essentially a very similar presentation. And then it's Q&A, and it's helping people understand how to use the paper maps or how to use Districtor. So we do encourage people to bring their laptops if possible, sort of view it as like a study session, and I'll be sticking around as well as staff to answer any questions. So that's usually a good opportunity for one-on-one time with people to ensure that they understand the concept of districting and the different rules involved, because this can get pretty complicated, and we want to try to make this as easy as possible.
I would like to suggest, too, that we make a video of these available as we do other public meetings that we have. And if possible, when you do the translation, you actually have it live one after another as you're giving your presentation, so that somebody who's not coming to the meeting who only speaks Spanish can actually watch that back, and we then post that on the website as well.
Councilmember Hilton? Can I have one more comment, or for you to make a comment? Could you just say one more time, one of the things that we are going to be deciding tonight, council, is the idea of, are we going to be six districts or 7 districts?
Yeah, so that is absolutely one of the things that I'm hoping that you'll decide tonight. I can tell you that it looks like most of the maps drawn from the public so far, it looks like it's 6 districts. But it's entirely up to you all on whether you want to maintain your at-large mayor and go with 6 districts, or have it 7 districts with potentially a rotating mayor.
Do we entertain a motion on that right now? Or how
We
do
need to
do
go
that,
to public
Andy?
comment first. We got to go to public comment
okay,
first.
public
yeah.
comment.
So if there are no further questions for staff and the nomographer, we will move on to public comment.
Yes, Mayor, Council, we have 3 speakers at this time. First is Edwin Diaz, followed by Carolina Gabriel.
Edwin Diaz, 1557 El Dorado Drive. Mayor Bozo, council members, thanks for this opportunity to address you on this important topic related to redistricting. I have experience going through the transition from at-large districts to district-based elections. And the process can be complicated, it could be emotional, and it could be very challenging. My input to the council is that you continue to make efforts to make all of your processes, all of your information as accessible and as transparent as possible. So I've reviewed the website. I've been to each of these public hearings, and I've listened to the comments from the public, and I feel that there's a real attempt on the council to have a inclusive and transparent process. So I was extremely pleased when I heard the comments about the community workshops and holding those within the community and actually going out and trying to engage people. And I heard comments about a Saturday workshop. I heard comments about going to the east side. I heard comments about making sure that people had access to those opportunities. And the next thing I knew, I got a card in the mail that the community workshops were happening. And I also heard from other residents that it's really a positive reflection on this council that you have been so responsive to community input to this point. The one suggestion I would make, and I heard it from council members just right now, is just because you have a community workshop doesn't mean it's accessible for everybody. So you talked about language, you talked about child care, you talked about having people who are knowledgeable in the system and can explain to people. And I would also encourage you as council members to leverage your relationships with both nonprofit organizations and with individuals to generate a lot of participation at these community workshops. Because
Thank you. That was your 3
you.
minutes. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next is Carolina Gabriel, followed by Ron Turkish.
Sorry, I didn't realize that this is comments or also questions.
Comments.
How do I
Comments.
take the questions?
Yeah. We have a public workshop coming up.
I'll explain
Yes.
why we're using census data
every question that you would have, or you can also look online. There's a lot of frequent FAQs online to answer those questions, or at the public workshop.
Yeah, or when it comes back to us too, we can. I think she knows. I know where she's going to, and we could ask them to explain it.
Okay, our final speaker is Ron Kirkish.
Hello again. Everybody I've talked to has said that they would prefer not the 7th district, but the 6th district with the at-large mayor. And the reason is because, and I'll use our city administrator as an example, but not a negative example. But if we have a mayor that is chosen by all of you, that mayor is not going to be beholden to the city as a whole, whereas an at-large mayor would be. So the politics on the days with a chosen mayor or selected mayor by yourselves would possibly be a problem. So what they prefer is that let that mayor be beholden at large to the city instead of to each individual on the days. Thank you.
Thank you.
Because we have no additional speakers.
Okay, additional comments? Councilmember Hilton.
Thank you. So I'm glad that Edwin brought this up because I think this is huge. This is exactly the point of hopefully there's other people in this room or others that catch on to see what we're doing. So that thanks for saying thank you because that's something we don't often hear. But this is very purposeful, and this also goes back to a little bit about what I was saying back in February too, is that we have to have meaningful engagement year round. And this is a great example. Imagine what I want you to imagine is you getting this in the mail and letting you know who your council member is, when's the next workshop, what's going on in the city, other major projects that the city wants to encourage civic engagement. So I like that. Two other things I was thinking about when we talk about the Spanish translation. So I really would like us to get some video. I'm a little shocked too. I'm mad at myself for making the assumption this already existed. But there's got to be something else out there that we can get up there today. But at least when people go to our website, all the FAQs and everything is translated. Like you can choose your language. And I do know too that if staff records those meetings using that OWL device and they upload on YouTube, you can also get the transcript in any language. So at least that'll sort of take care on that technology part. If nobody else has another question, I think what the member of the public was asking is why do we use census? So maybe I don't think you went over that this time around. Maybe that's an important one to talk about why we use the 2020 census, and then when we end up doing redistricting, how often we do that around the census. Please.
I'm happy to answer that question. So we use census data because we're required to, state law. So if we were districting 4 years from now, we would still be required to use 2020 census data. It's just what we use to determine relatively equal population. Now, in 2030, with the census, everyone's population is going to be updated. So in 2031, 2032, you'll be going through a redistricting. So that's going to rebalance the districts to make sure it's under that 10% limit. So again, we use census data because we're required to.
So to further on that, the census, the 2030, every city, every jurisdiction in the state of California will be redistricting based on those numbers, not just Gilroy.
That's
and is there a something in the law that states that this needs to happen in time for the 2032 election?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so there is a deadline that cities have to meet and that counties have to meet in special districts. They're staggered a little bit, but yes, it will be very clear when that deadline is.
And this is also what State Assembly, State Senate, United States Congress, senators also do too.
Now that you're speaking about population and census, could you go over one more time, please, for the for the public the term citizen of voting age population and how that relates to census?
Yeah, so the citizen voting age population is what we use to determine voting power for each group, particularly looking at protected classes. So when we're determining things like a majority-minority district, we're looking for can we make a majority-minority district with a citizen voting age population of over 50%. So that helps us determine if we're following the Federal Voting Rights Act. So that is not used for population balance. That's what the census population is used for. Citizen voting age population, again, it's a group of people who are over the age of 18 and they have the ability to vote.
So does that second piece factor into the required parameters, if you will, for districting? So there are two pieces. It's not just you went over because there were two different toggles there. Yeah. And you really only demonstrated the one which had to do with the population and the percentage difference or the variance there. But there's actually the second component that also has to be met for each district in addition to the actual population.
So if I can pull up Districtor one more time, I'll actually show you how you can look at the population based on density. So if we go to data layers and we go to population, we can look at the total citizen voting age population, hit that, and it tells us the density. So obviously darker means there are more people over the age of 18 who can vote, or we can break it down by different protected classes. So you can see the shift in the map, and folks can use that to help draw as well if they wanted to do things like investigate potential majority-minority districts.
And that's registered and non-registered voters, potentially, right? Or is that just registered?
Both. You're
right?
correct.
Yes.
Yeah. So
anyone
it's
over 18.
voting power.
Voting age.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they don't have to be registered. Just a citizen over the age of 18.
So to be clear, back to my comment, if you had a great looking map in one of the districts where there's 10,000 people and you found out that there were 7,000 16-year-olds, you would have to redraw that.
In terms of balanced population, not necessarily, but if we're required to draw a majority-minority district in that area, then we might have to. So there's some nuance here. I can see your legal counsel smiling because it is very nuanced and it's a balancing act.
Okay, so this is getting far more complicated, obviously. I feel like we get kind of hit with another layer every time we have this conversation. Do these maps, when you come to us, when you come to us, April 7th, whatever that meeting is, with maps, have you vetted the maps? Will you have vetted the maps by then? So whatever you bring to council as we go through this process, you have already made sure that the districts that you're presenting to us meet all of the nuanced qualifications and parameters. Okay, perfect.
That's correct. And I'll also have a document that breaks down how well each map submitted from the public follows the Fair Maps Act. So you'll know immediately which ones can be potentially tossed out, or if you want to look at a map but it violates a certain criteria, we can always adjust the map to bring it into compliance if you like that map.
Okay, so based on that, there is one thing that we are being asked to consider this evening, and
I'll second that.
okay, so there's a motion by Councilmember Bracco and a second by Councilmember Ramirez that the City of Gilroy considers a 6-district map with at-large mayor.
Councilmember Bracco.
Yes.
Councilmember Klein.
Yes.
Councilmember Fugazi.
Yes.
Councilmember Hilton.
Aye.
Councilmember Marks.
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Yes.
Mayor Boto.
Abstain. All right, I think we're going to take a 10-minute break before moving on to the next topic, and be back at 8 o'clock, please.
It's all right, yeah. In general, yeah, you should explain that. Generally, we don't
And they, yeah.
December, and we had no choice but to address it. And I will tell you that, yeah, and most of the council is concerned about given the prospect of Christmas, public our firefighters, need to so in a larger city, okay, so because they give us breaks, so I need to use the restroom. But okay.
Thank you for your comments.
Edwin, how are you?
Good to see you, as always. I'm good. That's okay. Edwin, give me the text.
All right, thank you. I'll be introducing this one Well, I was out there to receive that link from you.
meetings all over district partners. Oh, yeah, that's good. We're going to district partners meeting.
Help you out, man.
Okay, so now we see how often I wear one. Okay, so we can just follow you. So you'll be going to all our meetings. Okay. Follow up.
I get it. Yeah. I didn't open it. Okay, because I know you like to open it from there. Yeah.
Hire more. Get more staff.
Okay, we're gonna get started. Everybody's here. Okay, let's get started. We're gonna get right back to business here. Next item on the agenda is number 9, unfinished business. 9.1, strategic planning session number 2. Receive a mid-year report on fiscal year 2024-25 budget and update on the general fund 5-year forecast. Staff report, please.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council and the committee. Heard Joe Sung, I'm the finance director with the city of Gilroy. The item before you is the mid-year budget update, as well as we'll be focusing on presenting an update on the general fund forecast and just talking a little bit about budgeting, financial fiscal health from a strategic planning concept. The narrative regarding the mid-year is included in the staff report in detail. I'm happy to answer any of those questions. My presentation is going to be more geared towards general fund forecast, what we're seeing on the horizon with our assumptions as far as where the economy is headed. So with that, I'll go ahead and get started and go from there. So some background for you. The current biennial budget, 24-25, was adopted back in June. Since the adoption, we have presented to the council and the community quarterly financial updates, and then most recently in November 2024 when we presented the prelim fiscal year 24 year-end financial report. The city council and the community kick-started their strategic planning in February of 2025. Typically, it includes the general fund forecast. At the council's wish, we have broken this strategic planning sessions up. So tonight, before you is a planning session number 2 to dive into the budget and the forecast. To set a little bit of a context, some background about Gilroy's fiscal, fiscal responsibility and prudence and so forth. I'd like to provide a little context going back to about 3 budget cycles when I came on board. The fiscal year 2021 biennial budget was adopted, and then with the onset of the pandemic, the city council was faced with some economic downturn that came along with the onset of the pandemic, and the organization had to make some realignments for sustainability, notably structural deficits, kind of make some cuts that we had to do as part of that biennial budget process. Fast forward to the subsequent, biennial budget 22 and 23. We were coming out of the pandemic. There was a lot of economic recovery coming out of the pandemic. The municipalities, local governments also received funding directly to offset some of the revenue losses, notably the American Rescue Plan Act. So that budget cycle, we were able to restore some of the staffings and services that were previously either cut back or were eliminated. We were also able to utilize during that budget cycle an opportunity to replenish our reserves within the general fund, and also made some investments into the MOUs, which had given concessions in the 2021 budget cycle. Fast forward to the current budget, biennial budget, we knew we had built up our reserves. We had some dollars set aside in our savings, so we focused on making strategic uses of those accumulated fund balances, and then also made some strategic staff augmentations and services as it relates to revenues. So particularly, if you recall, for those of you that were part of the process, property tax related to Access ERAF revenue, We were a little bullish there, and we went ahead and budgeted for the full allocations because we've been receiving this, and utilized that to augment staff as part of the 2-year budget cycle. All that to say, the Gilroy Council has a history of being fiscally responsible and prudent, and it has served the community well over the years. Now I'd like to dive into the city's major fund types. So essentially there are about 5 different types of funds, if you will, that fund the city's services. General fund, notably, is the one that has the most discretionary, or the discretion where the community or the council have the most discretion on how those dollars are allocated for spending. Today, the general fund is funding public safety. That includes fire and police, public works, community development, economic development, and general governance. In addition to that, there's some strategic one-time investments being made towards streets, recreation, and things of that nature. Special revenues for the city primarily account for gas taxes related to transportation, housing, CDBG, and some community facility districts. Capital development funds are primarily our development impact fees that developers pay for bringing in developments. That includes traffic, parks, utilities, public facilities, and other citywide projects where we have set aside dollars, like for the fire station. And then internal service are more of internal service funds that departments are basically soliciting services. That includes our fleet, IT, facilities, general liability, workers' comp, and so forth. Last but not least, the city does provide enterprise services, which is our water and wastewater utilities that are primarily funded by ratepayers as charges for services. All that to say, everything except the general fund has some level of strings attached to it of what you can spend those dollars on. You cannot commingle these funds for purposes other than what they're earmarked for. So with that, I'll focus now on the general fund, since that is the most discretionary. This slide outlines the expenditures by type. As you could tell, the general fund's major expense category is personnel. That's coming in at about 65% of our budget. And others include our internal service charge. That includes our fleet, facilities, upkeeping of our facilities, general liability, insurance premiums, workers' comp, and things of that nature. And then about 13% goes to about materials and services. And the question typically is, why personnel? As you know, our public safety operations are primarily funded by personnel, our own firefighters, our own police officers, as well as, general governance are provided by our personnel as well. If we were to look at the general fund expenditures, not from a category perspective, but from a department function perspective, it translates into, as I indicated earlier, about 42% goes to police, about 19% to fire. Combined, again, the largest chunk is our public safety. And then public works coming in a little bit higher. That's due to the investment that the council's made into the streets program from the general fund, primarily. Next is how are those expenditures, and how do we get those revenues? How are those expenditures funded? Well, primarily taxes. About $54 million is what we receive. That includes our property tax, sales tax, utility user tax, TOT, which is our hotel tax. And then we also have charges for services, which are typically user fees that are charged to the users of the services in our community development department, public works, and so forth. So those are primarily the largest revenue sources is the taxes, so that the council has the most discretion over. Now I'd like to talk a little bit about the 2025 financial realities as we're headed into the biennial budget development process. The sales tax, with respect to, as I mentioned, taxes are our largest revenue source. So highlighting those, sales tax is expected to remain relatively flat. We had some very strong recoveries coming out of the COVID era. I think we hit our peak in fiscal year 22 of the highest sales tax that we had generated, and since then, relatively, sales tax has remained flat, or it has come in under. And same is kind of anticipated in the next couple of fiscal years as well, and that's primarily because a lot of the discretionary income is being consumed by other household expenses that are non-taxable, things like housing, insurance, stuff that we're seeing day to day in our normal lives is what continues to consume those dollars. So those dollars are not being spent on taxable services. With respect to property tax, we are projected to have a stable growth, and that's primarily attributable to Gilroy's nature of being mostly residential property-based tax base, as opposed to some of the other cities, as I've shared in the past, that are anticipating some property adjustments on the office space type of occupancies or commercial properties, just given due to the vacancy nature as they sit vacant. On the utility user tax, we are projected to have some increases, notably in the energy segment. That includes our electricity, primarily, offset by some declines in telecommunications, as more folks are now turning to subscription-based services as opposed to cable and so forth. So we are seeing that downward trend in the telecom segment. TOT, we thought we were fully recovered, but we're right there to pre-COVID eras, but that it remains to be seen. So we're cautiously optimistic when it comes to TOT. Some good news is we do have some hotels that are in the pipeline that we'll be expecting to come online here in the near future, as well as within the 5-year forecast. So we'll be making some assumptions to those to include those revenues, potential revenues. Charges for services. In fiscal year 22, City Council adopted a comprehensive citywide user fee schedule. What that did was, after about an 8-year period, we were able to adjust those, bring them to our current recovery levels, and then we also included a CPI adjustment. So those have served the city well in recuperating the costs. As our costs increase, we are also able to recoup some of those costs. We are seeing some upward trends in building permit, development revenues, so those are all good things, as well as we've been pretty successful in our investment earnings side of things as well. The portfolio, the elevated rate environment has served us well. We've been able to pick up additional yields on the idle cash that the city has. This chart is a chart that shows the general fund major tax revenues from fiscal year 19 to fiscal year 29, so throughout the forecast. Really, the main thing here that I wanted to kind of call out is, to our surprise as well, is that property tax for the first time in a while probably is going to come in higher than sales tax. For the city of Gilroy, sales tax has been the primary tax revenue source of the general fund, the largest tax revenue source. So as you can see there, the light blue bars represent the sales tax. We hit our high in fiscal year 22 at coming in almost about $22 million, and then dropping back down to 21 and relatively staying flat for the next several years before assuming a nominal increase. Property tax, again, as I indicated, is projected to be stable. It is much more stable and less volatile compared to sales tax. So that is a representation of our major tax revenues historically, as well as projected and moving forward. What we do know on the additional financial realities, we do know that we are maintaining our required reserve levels in the near future. We also know that we have a slight structural deficit that's projected starting fiscal year 26, which we will address as part of this budget development cycle. Economic future, just based on the latest economic forecast, inflation continues to be a concern. As of January, it is coming in at a 3% year over year. Economists are forecasting, and we're seeing that that's probably going to stick around for another year or so. And primary cause of that is going to be tariffs and how that translates into the economy down to the consumers. Federal Reserve, again, is continuing its monetary policy. The interest rate environment remains elevated, and it's probably going to remain elevated through end of this year, likely 2026 as well. So that will also contribute to that. And there's other federal policies related to federal funding freeze and other cuts that are being made, which we don't have a number to pinpoint, but what potential impact that it probably has for us is very minimal. We are a local sales tax or local tax dependent economy. Largely all of our federal fund dollars have been in a form of grants. So, a lot of those we have either encumbered grants, so those are okay. Any new projects that we may be interested in soliciting grant dollars, we may have some, challenges there. So the funding may be limited moving forward. We also know that we have some investment in personnel to make as part of this in the budget cycle. We have 2 MOUs coming up for renewal here with some unrepresented folks, and then we have other ones within the year also coming up for renewal. As I indicated, the elevated interest rate environment does impact, obviously, the housing market, lesser opportunity as the housing prices remain elevated. And then for the city, it impacts us with our borrowing costs. We don't have a lot of projects that are funded by borrowed money, but we do anticipate the ICE Center to be one of our larger projects that we're going to hit the market to borrow some dollars to complete. So we're expecting that to be impacted as well. With all that said, this slide is the general fund forecast as it stands today. We ended, the fiscal year 24 with about $36 million at the end of the year. And fast forward in the current fiscal year, we're now projecting to end the fiscal year with $27.4 million. That translates to about 35% of the fund balance policy in excess of reserves. As you can see on this slide as well, from an operating margin standpoint, we are looking to have some positive operating margin in the current fiscal year, primarily related to some savings that we have. But the outer years are forecasted to be negative, and that's again primarily the based on the latest sales tax forecast and essentially the minimal to no growth in the next several years. So we are forecasting that at this point. As I indicated earlier, this is manageable. This is something that we can definitely address as part of this budget development process, and we're looking at multiple ways of doing that, including cost allocations, cost recoveries, and things of that nature. The next slide shows the reserves status. So what does that $27.4 million projected at the end of this fiscal year really mean? If we were to put away the 30% that are required, we would have amount in excess of about $4 million. So that's what we have tonight. There was also a pending action which has been deferred. Should the council have approved that item, then that would have came out of the reserves and then basically decreased our forecast on that perspective. Reserves and fund balance utilization philosophy, and I think we have stressed this in the past as well, and council has demonstrated this as part of their prior fiscal years as well. Ongoing revenues should go to ongoing expenditures from a sustainability perspective, and one-time revenues or one-time fund balance dollars should go to one-time expenditures. And why do we say that? Because it is a risk to the city's credit agency. We have outstanding debt. We have bondholders. We have rating agencies that keep track. Right now we have some good standings, good ratings, and that could be viewed unfavorable if we have an unsustainable budgeting practice, if you would. In general, again, it is unsustainable, leading to future shortfalls, allows also less adaptability into the future for any future economic downturn. So we want to make sure we're not allocating those one-time dollars to fund ongoing expenditures. Last but not least, again, opportunity cost for investing in the long-term assets, as well as public perception, is not viewed as a prudent fiscal management. And I'll talk now a little bit about our unfunded liabilities. Largely, the biggest cost that we have with respect to our personnel is the pensions, the CalPERS. So our current unfunded liability stands at about 117. Which translates to about 68% funded status. We did receive a prelim notification from CalPERS that their rate of return for fiscal year 24 was 9.3, which exceeds their 6.8 assumed rate of return. What that will do to our unfunded liability is it will decrease it to about $111 million. In addition to that, the council has adopted pension funding policies to aid by basically setting aside dollars to pre-fund some of these liabilities. As those liabilities kind of increase over the next several years, we'll be able to tap into the reserves to kind of hedge off some of those increases, if you will, and I'll share a slide. The trust that was set aside currently has a balance of $4.5 million as of February, and the annualized rate of return on the trust assets is about 11%. So as compared to if we paid these dollars to CalPERS, their assumed typical rate of return is 6.8, or they would have earned 9.3 for fiscal year 24. This slide is demonstrating the historical and projected unfunded accrued liability payment. So as you can see, essentially, really, the trajectory of the increases. So you can see from fiscal year 18, we had a UL payment of about $4 million. Fast forward to 2025, our current fiscal year, our UL payment was $9.1 million, almost more than double. And then we are forecasting again to head off to the peak of about $12.7 million annually in payments by fiscal year 2030 and 2031. And then we'll start to traject down. That's essentially the amortization period is coming to an end, and as the membership in the retirement plan kind of overturns over the number of years, we'll start to see our payments decline as well. And this is basically another snapshot of the UL payments. Given the year-over-year projected increases, it is strongly recommended that we continue the Council's adopted policy to fund that pension trust. And on this chart here, you'll see the orange dashed line. If we were to go ahead and continue to fund the pension trust, we'll be able to start tapping into the trust beginning in 28, 29, to offset some of those peaks that we're expecting in the future, to level out, basically smooth out our payments for pension purposes. So I think this is another mechanism that will be in our toolbox as we head into the next budget cycle. Other unfunded liabilities, the city also has other post-employment benefits, primarily retiree medical contributions. That currently stands out at about $15.7 million. Council also during last fiscal year established a separate, similar policy as the pension to set aside dollars in a Section 115 trust. And the trust balance there is about $1 million as of February. Again, it's invested with the same strategy as the pension, earning about 11% annualized rate of return. And then we also have some workers' compensation liabilities, just given due to our recent increases in claims for the immediate prior years, as well as the general liability is from an insurance perspective as well, although much, much smaller. Infrastructure, we also have our infrastructure with respect to our streets, sidewalks, and our civic center. We don't have a number assigned here per se, but we definitely know that we're making incremental, progress in our streets. The council has set aside policies to put aside monies for sidewalks. Recent years, making general fund dollar contributions, and with respect to the civic center, embarking on a civic center master plan to kind of see what that's, what the future of the civic center is. In the interim, as you are aware, we are continuing to see the cost increase from a deferred maintenance type of a cost and operating cost of these older facilities. How do we pay for these? Well, the good thing is with things like, pensions, not all of it is due today. It is incremental payments similar to what we make our mortgage payments. What we try to do is mitigate any large increases. So as we have done so on the pension front, we have done the pension trust and so forth. But aside from that, if there were any new investments to be made to address some of these unfunded liabilities or fund new programs or initiatives, they typically would come from reducing or reallocating existing resources from different programs, a new revenue source, something similar to what we had pursued at the November ballot, as well as taking advantage of favorable markets with respect to refinancing any debt to lower our payments and so forth. So, almost all of the city's outstanding debt has been refinanced in the last 5 years and is at a much lower interest rate than today. So essentially, some key takeaways from the presentation. We talked about 5 different types of funding mechanisms, fund types. General fund is the most discretionary in nature, where the council and the community can decide to allocate or reallocate the resources. The current discretionary revenue primarily consists of tax, which is your sales tax, property tax, utility user tax, and hotel tax. And the primary expenditure from the expense side of things is on public safety. And historically, as I mentioned, given the prior budget cycles, Gilroy has demonstrated fiscal prudence by, again, leveraging one-time dollars on making one-time expenditures, and then strategically, incrementally grow the staffing and the services balanced with the ongoing revenues. As we get some assurance there's going to be some ongoing revenues, we're not hesitant to make some recommendations to add services as well. And last but not least, again, adopted policies for reserves, the 30% for the general fund, as well as policies for the pension and the Section 115 trust for OPEB to pre-fund some of those unfunded liabilities. So those are all viewed as a good fiscal management initiative. We are seeing, return to normalcy. We had last several years of a lot of economic support into the system. We benefited from that as an economy. We, again, got some direct assistance from the federal government. As ARPA dollars came in, we replenished the reserves. What I call now is we're kind of coming back to the pre-COVID days. Things are returning to a little bit of a normalcy. There are some uncertainties, of course, given the global markets. But with respect to tax revenues, primarily our concern is on the sales tax at this point because it's not projected to grow for the couple of years. If it was a current year, 1 year, that demonstrates that it is. There is some uncertainty in the short term, but the fact that they're going out a couple of years, I think it is conservative. So we're keeping a close eye on that and see how that translates that. So there are some headwinds there. Reserves, again, as I translated, about $4 million in excess of the required reserves currently. So there are available for some one-time strategic investments and initiatives. And the negative operating margin is something that we have our eye on, and then we plan to address as part of this biannual budget process. So that concludes my presentation, and I am happy to take any questions.
Councilmember Fugati?
A couple of things with your projections. Given the fact that we've slowed down some of the building growth, for instance, out on the west side compared to where it's been over the last couple of years, did it take into account that, along with the fact that the interest rate environment means that there's a lot less buying and selling a property, which again means that you're not getting the Prop 13 turnover that you normally would get. Does your projections moving out from here take some of that into consideration?
We made those adjustments as part of the last budget cycle to account for some of that because we knew as rapidly the interest rates were rising that was going to happen. So we anticipated that, and yes, so all that is accounted for in the forecast.
Okay, good. The next question I have is I noticed in the budget that year over year is about a 16% increase in water and sewer income. I think from the one slide that you had there, it went up to $7.60 over $5.50 or $6.56 or something like that in the total in millions, I think, or whatever it happened to be. But there was an increase in revenues from the utilities. Is that correct?
Not with respect to this presentation. Maybe just talking in general.
It was on a bar chart that you had, that I saw that went by. Right there. So when you looked at the utility user taxes, those are those all utilities?
Yeah, that does not include. We don't assess utility user tax on cities, water, wastewater utilities, but that primarily includes PG&E,
got it.
Telecom, charter, things of that.
So can you comment on where we are in terms of the revenues from water and sewer, given we had a tax increase and given also the funds look pretty healthy too, by the way, from when I looked in the other report, right? I mean, in terms of reserves in those special accounts?
Yeah, so we'll be doing a fund balance analysis as part of the recommended budget that we'll put forward. So we'll give you updated projections on the utilities as well. So what you can expect is similar to what we're seeing in our day-to-day operations. Like, we made some assumptions when we adopted the rates at that point with respect to, say, personnel costs, valley water, ground water extraction costs, what we're seeing with respect to materials and services, CPI, and so forth. What you can probably expect is our cost for projects, construction projects, is probably going to it's going to come in more than what we had anticipated at that time. So I can't speak relatively to what we can expect. Yes, we have rate increases built in. I believe it's about 6% for water, 4% for sewer. But as we revamp this budget, we'll really be able to tell you, where the fund balances kind of stand as well. Yeah.
Because maybe we're doing really well. I don't know.
Yeah,
maybe we can give a little credit back to the residents. I don't know. Just hey, we can always hope, right?
Yeah, no, I think those are all considerations. But like I said, at this point, we know we have a lot of CIP to get done. So there's a reason why we stood up the utilities department. They're laser focused on getting that done. And I think it's more important for us to make sure we have a safe, reliable infrastructure when it comes to water and wastewater that really can provide some sense of safety for the community. So that's really where we're focused on that front.
Last question, I promise. The TOT percentage, we are the lowest, I think, in Santa Clara County in the area at 9% or close to it. Have you analyzed what being able to raise that by 1% or 2% or whatever, so you can give recommendations to us? How that might affect the budget moving outward?
We have not. Can we do that? We probably can, but I think our TOT revenue is not one of the larger sources.
Sure.
I believe it's about $1.7 million. I think
every little bit counts right now, though.
No, I agree. I mean, if that's the wish of the council, then that's the direction we would need from you. But just from a revenue generator perspective, I think you have to remember we also, on top of the city's 9%, there's also the T-bid, right?
Sure.
So that also takes into account, and then just the appetite in the market, we would have to really study that.
Okay, thank you.
Worth pursuing.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Hi, I have just a couple of random questions here. You pointed out that in the general fund, the primary cost is towards public safety, but that is the case in most jurisdictions, correct?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
so we're not...
Yeah, we're not unique in that.
You're not unique.
Aspect.
Okay.
Nope.
When you're talking about the PERS balance, and we have that investment, so you showed a graph. Oh, okay. Go back a little. Oh, you just hit. Okay. So we have a balance of about $4.5 million. You said in that account now.
Yeah, this is the projected payments outgoing to CalPERS, but our trust balance currently is $4.5 million.
Okay, and then go back to the other one, not that one, but that one. So if I'm looking at this, how much of this, how many years, you've circled the years, I'm looking at those are the years that we would have to use that fund, and then we would make the assumption that we would not necessarily need that fund balance once we hit 2034, 2033.
Exactly. I think once I would say starting in about 28, 29. Again, this is under the assumption that the next several years CalPERS is able to deliver. We're able to make the contributions to build up the reserves. We're saying by about 28, 29, we should be able to start tapping into that to offset some of the costs.
So we're looking at a couple of million.
I think we calculated about a little over $2 million.
For a couple of years.
Yeah, a little over $2 million, maybe $2.5 million.
So, what should we get that balance up to, hypothetically? $8 million? $6 million?
I think the policy has us going up to $12 million is where we would reassess. But I think we might be able to start leveraging sooner than later, just because we know, for example, CalPERS fiscal year 24 returns came in better than projected.
Right.
So if there are a couple more of those, maybe
sooner. So
sooner.
it might not be as dire as we thought.
Or it could be the other way as well, right? So,
right. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I think, yeah.
Okay. And then, can you give me an example of a one-time revenue? You talk about, a one-time revenue that could be used as a one-time expense. What would be an example of where would we get a one-time revenue?
Grants are perfect examples of one-time revenues.
Okay.
Yeah. So
but those are restricted anyways.
Exactly. Yeah. So one-time revenues for one-time purposes, or I would say is like interest income. Is one.
Okay.
If we're doing well and we know that we're going to earn some dollars, you could program.
But you can't bank on that going.
You can't really bank on that, right? Yeah. There's not a whole lot of one-time revenues necessarily, other than grants and things of that nature.
Thank you.
No further questions. We'll move on. Any public comment?
No comment at this time.
Okay, and I assume there's no further questions. There's no action on this item, so.
No
thank
action,
you.
yeah,
Thank
just
you.
receive a report, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mayor, I would like to make one comment that this is the baseline for what we start our budgeting, and we did talk about that we have a deficit, and the staff report does say that's manageable. In a lot of our budgets, we do start with deficits, and then we start adjusting that to ensure that we present you with a balanced budget. So this will probably be the last time you see that deficit, but you will see going forward how we propose to balance that and how we propose to address the cost increases that we expect to incur over the next few years. So this is the baseline, but the conversations about the finances and how we balance the budget and how we use reserves are only beginning. This is just the start. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to item number 9.3, 2025 Christopher High School Aquatic Center Operator.
Yes, Mayor and Council, just a real brief report. At the February 3rd meeting, Council directed staff, after considering the three-year proposal from Swimming Swan for our aquatics operator, to proceed with a one-year proposal based on the first year of the three-year RFP response. Staff did have the discussions with the contractor, and ultimately they would be willing to do a one-year agreement, but required a $125,000 increase in the one-year amount. When we talked to them about that, they had responded that there's a lot of costs they had baked into 3 years that would all have to be experienced up front. We had some discussions with them because that obviously is a large amount, and then they added the additional proposal of a 5% cost share if council remained with a 3-year approach. We did push back again on the $125,000, try to get a better understanding of where that amount came from. They had presented a couple of different things, a website that they needed to hire additional staffing, certification training they would have to do for multi-years up front. And we tried to get them to bring that number down. They said that's a hard number for them, they can't move back from that. So staff also concurrently approached the other proposer in the RFP process to see if they would also offer a one-year adjustment. They would offer their 1 year per the contract proposal, but again, it didn't resolve any of the other issues that staff identified, concerns about their qualifications and if it would be an effective relationship. We also reached out to the YMCA to see if they would be able to offer a service for the season. After a few days of reviewing it, their chief operations officer came back and said they could not safely deliver a 2025 season for us. So at this time, council is asked to consider the two proposals from Swimming Swan. And if either of those proposals are agreeable, to authorize the city administrator to go ahead and execute the agreements. Alternatively, council can choose not to pursue one of those options, in which case the next aquatic season would be postponed to 2026, and we would take a fresh perspective at that point. So that completes the presentation. Have addressed any questions.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you for this report, for the work you've done on it. I have to say, though, I am so incredibly troubled by the situation that we are sitting in right now. I have so many notes here and I don't even know where to begin. This was initially brought to council on February 4th, and at that date it was pretty much, this is it or nothing at the same time because of where we are in the year and how long it takes to pull together a program. When we got the packet and I asked questions about, when the city offered this program, what was the revenue generated? And I was told they did not have the figures for that. I'm troubled by the fact that we don't have that information. On the packet that we were given on February 4th, it said the YMCA was contacted about the RFP. Went talking to the Y. As some of you don't know, I am the former executive director of the YMCA. And so I was surprised. And they said they had not heard anything about the RFP. I'm just curious, after we said, no, go back to Swanson Swim and say, will only take 1 year. When was the Y contacted at that point? Do you know?
So the Y was contacted after the initial discussions and the offer of the $125,000 increase, and realizing that there would be those potential challenges as far as the time came, as the time approached, if there would be able to be a 2025 season possible.
So, again, I'm troubled by this. I think this is something that should have come to council long before I was even sitting here because of the extent of time it takes to pull together a program. Now we're faced with two options. We're faced with either being, what is the word, strangleholded or whatever, for 3 years, or in addition to an already ridiculously high dollar amount, now it's an additional $125,000 where we see not a penny of the revenue. And not providing a swim program, personally for me, is not an option. According to the Children's Safety Network, formal swimming lessons reduce the risk of drowning in children through the ages 1 and 4 by 88%. So I feel that we have a responsibility to provide this to our youth. But again, I go back to my time in nonprofit, and I'm really troubled by the fact that the Y was not pursued. They are an existing partner of the city. They have been providing the senior nutrition program for our seniors for well over a decade. They are a nonprofit. They are willing to come to the table and provide different options. After cost recovery, what could that split be? They're not in a for-profit business, so their biggest concern is cost recovery. So I am so troubled and I am so frustrated by being in this position. I feel like we're kind of being, we are being pushed into a corner to make a very gross amount of money in order to provide a much needed service to the community. And personally, I am going to propose that we do this for 1 year, but that the expectation is starting tomorrow, we start working on the 26 program.
Boy, I share everything and then some of your frustration in this particular one, because I saw a number of issues, obviously, when this first came by us, and I don't see great options now for a myriad of reasons, especially given the amount of time. And I see inconsistencies in even the quotation back from them, specifically the $125,000 number in their report that they gave back to us says it comes from 25% of the 2024 revenues. Okay, that would mean that the 2024 revenues were $500,000. That's how the math works. Then in the next option, we have a 5% revenue share option, but we evidently did the math on that and did the spreadsheet and backed into their numbers, because I guess we didn't get the numbers, right, from them? We backed into that with a spreadsheet. That's a question.
Correct. We
Okay.
backed into the spreadsheet.
So on one of these, we took their number for 2024. On the other one, we backed into the number and came to the $18,000 number. And neither of these things actually work together. So if it's $500,000, our 5% share would be $25,000. And if it's $373,000 or whatever it comes out to, then it wouldn't be $125,000. It would be 25% of that. So there's already inconsistencies in there, and I don't know how to resolve that here tonight. It is. I don't understand. I also, in some of the questions, we did not do an assessment of what this would cost to run ourselves, right?
Correct.
How do we possibly make a decision on whether or not to go outside or inside without having that information? I don't even know how to put it into words. I think if there's any saving grace tonight, it's we decided not to do HVAC, and we can throw that money toward swimming. But I think that this is unconscionable, what we're being forced to do here. And I think that somehow or another, what we did as a city to lead up to this point, it just wasn't right. We could have done better. And now we're going to have to spend $125,000. And I agree with Kelly that we need to, yes, extra, yes. That we need to look at this from an internal perspective. We need to look at it from other ways to go about doing it. And I know that's the direction I'm going to end up leaning on too, only because I don't want to kill the program. Period. Thank you.
Additional comments? I'll entertain a motion. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Any public comment, please?
We have one public speaker, Amanda Morrow. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to speak. I am one of the managers for Swimming Swan, but I not only am a representative of Swimming Swan, but I'm also a representative of this community. And I can tell you firsthand, this past summer was my first summer working in Gilroy. I have over 12 years, or actually over 20 years of aquatic experience. Working with both the city in conjunction with the city, private communities, and nonprofit communities. What I did notice this last summer working with Swimming Swan is the resources that were provided. So it's not only trainers, lifeguard instructor trainers, but it's also the equipment that's needed, the instructors, and also the relationships that we have built to be able to continue to bring staff on. During the off-season, the Swimming Swan's able to continue hiring those staff to go and lifeguard at other facilities. But I can tell you more than any of that, that they are very much involved with the community. It's all Gilroy and Morgan Hill staff pretty much during the summer. And just getting to know the community, getting to know their needs. Swimming Swan is able to be a resource, I feel like, to the city and work in conjunction with the city. And working with Adam this summer has been a really good partnership. And so we're just hoping to keep that partnership going and just be able to help provide resources that are needed. Running aquatics programs, it is a lot of work. There's a lot of legalities. There's a lot of equipment. There's a lot of training and continual training that is needed for aquatics. So I just wanted to kind of give my input. So again, thank you. Yeah.
Councilmember Bracco?
Do we know how many swimming lessons we did last year?
Yeah, yes, Mr. Bracco, it's in the staff report. I have it right here. I think it's like...
Yeah, so in 2024, swim lessons, group and private, 1,883.
That was individuals?
As a group and private, so it could be more than that.
So it was 1,000 something individuals?
Yes, just short 2,000, 1,883.
So they want an extra $125,000 to do just 1 year, correct? Is that
yes,
correct?
So I think if we're going to go down that route, we might as well go the 3-year contract, and it gives us time to figure something out. Otherwise, you're going to be back here in a year, and you're going to be in the same boat again.
So, first, I would like to just say... thank you, sorry. I am not, I have no idea. I don't have kids that are in swim lessons or anything here. This is not I have no opinion with Swimming Swan in terms of the quality program that they gave. I am just talking about how much it is costing to deliver the program. And I know that the YMCA's, one of their top priorities is to ensure that children learn how to swim because it is a safety issue. So when I'm speaking this way, it is not that I am concerned about the quality of program that they gave. I have no opinion about it. That's not it. I would like to move that, if there are no other comments, can I make a motion?
Well, not yet, because I
okay.
have a
Okay, go
comment
ahead.
to make. I agree with Councilmember Fugazi and Ramirez, because, correct me if I'm wrong, but I am under the assumption that everyone who paid for swim lessons, Swimming Swan got all that money too. So over a 3-year period, they're making over $1 million from the city, correct?
So I can say they are receiving the revenue from the
swim lessons.
I cannot state the amount. I don't know if that's the revenue.
But how much did we pay last year? It was a few $100,000, wasn't it?
Correct. It was $250,000 last season,
And then-
combined with the insurance costs. The insurance is a large
all
part of
right. So say 190 plus how much were the swim lessons? Does anyone remember what Swimming Swan cost? Okay, so, is it a realistic figure to say that Swimming Swan walked away for 1 year probably with around $400,000? I wouldn't have too much of a problem if the city of Gilroy got some of this. And I really appreciate the woman who got up here and spoke, because if she's saying that all of the swim instructors came from Morgan Hill and Gilroy, I'm sitting here thinking, why can't our Parks and Rec department put something together to, Adam's going, oh my God. All right. But we have, or the YMCA. If the swim instructors are here and the equipment is here and the capability is here, I would be for putting it in-house. We're in a really bad dilemma, just like Councilmember Ramirez said, because we have to offer swim lessons to our families. And we're going to be paying through the nose to have it. So I don't know. I don't know what your emotion's going to be. But
and here's the thing. Even if it was run at a loss, even if the city did it and it was run at a $100,000 loss, we're still ahead $150,000.
Correct.
If it ran at a $200,000 loss, we're still ahead $50,000. So even if it does run at a loss, and this is why I initially asked, what were the numbers, when we ran it last? Was it, a $500,000 loss? Oh, okay, well then maybe that makes sense. But because we don't have that information, I find it hard to believe that it ran at, a $250,000 or more loss a year. So it could be, if we did the numbers and we had the information, then I would be willing to entertain a 3-year commitment. I personally am not willing to entertain that. I'm going to move that we go with this 1-year contract with the guidance that immediately the city staff starts working on a program for swimming for 26, whether that is internally, whether it is with a nonprofit partner, or whether it is a different for-profit partner, but we are able to look at a number of different options by the fall of 25 for the summer of 26.
More staff comment?
I want to make some comments about the history of how we got here. I do think that the criticism about the timing is completely fair, and that's my responsibility. But I have to remind the entire council, especially those who are new, about what led up to this point. Right around COVID, the Recreation Department budget was cut from $2.8 million to $1.5, and employees from 15 to 5. And the direction from council at that time was they wanted out of the swimming business because they didn't want to invest the money. And at that same time, the Y was contacted. We did contact vendors to see who could provide this product. This is about 2021-22. The only response we received was from Swimming Swan for this contract for 3 years. And the council at the time said, this is the best we can do. We don't want to be in the swimming business. So we're done with this contract in 2024, and we put it out to bid again, still relying on previous council direction, and we received one bid. And we do have records of the Y being contacted for the RFP. We also have 2 bidders for this contract, so then we pick the bidder that we think that can provide the service under the same direction that we'd had for 3 years previously. So we get into the situation where now we have a change in possible policy from the council. So we're kind of caught in the middle about what we have been doing in the past, knowing that was successful. It met the goals, it met the requirements, and it met the financial situation we were under, and it also met the situation that we no longer had a recreation department to do this work. So that's why I just think it's fair to staff to understand that we follow direction from previous, and that direction can be changed. As I said, I take full responsibility for the timing and the position you're in and the $125,000, but I also think it does have to be recognized that this staff worked under the direction that we have been taking for 3 or 4 years and the decisions that were made years ago before I think most of you were here. So.
Councilmember Fugazzi.
I totally respect that, and I agree with you 100% that is absolutely the case. There are some conditions on the ground that changed that I have some expectation for staff to be doing, which is the revenue numbers or the attendance numbers at the pool have steadily increased and actually increased quite a bit last year, which means the total revenue potential out of the swimming pool business, okay, means that the viability of us now growing back a little bit of our recreation department could have been a capability that we could have entertained had we had enough time and had there been the ability, knowing that the contract is going to come up, that this should be something that it might not have been this council, it might have been the ending of the last council, I don't know. But here we are, I won't say any more on that. All I will say is that given the contradictory information in the report of the revenue numbers, I would say that, Kelly, if you want to make a motion, I would do it based on 25% of the number that we do know for sure, which is the number that we calculated, and use that as the amount. Because
I'm not proposing the 3-year.
That's what I'm saying. On the 1-year one I'm talking about.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So in other words, I don't know where the $125,000 came from. Somebody said it came from $500,000. That's what they're saying. But we're saying, due to our analysis, that their revenue was actually $375,000. So 25% of that would be what it is, $93,000 or something
So,
like that.
Terrence, I'm going to let you do the math and make an amendment.
Hold on a second, but are we aware that if we take that route, we still may be back to item number 3 and we have no program if they deny it?
Yeah, that's my concern. I think they're holding us hostage.
Well, I look at the number. You're saying 93. It's 125. So you're talking about, is it worth that much?
To not give it.
I don't know. Is $30-some thousand worth that much to you? I don't know.
Again, we may have to take one on the chin.
You look at
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
So
but I am in agreement, Kelly, with your approach. So
I get
I'll leave
what
it
you're
at that.
saying too, but I also look at the big picture. That's what we have to look at is the big picture. So,
It's a hard pill to swallow, but my motion stands.
I'll second your motion. Did you second it? I'll second it if you didn't.
Okay, so let me be clear that we have a motion and a second for item 9.3, 1A, Swimming Swan, 1-year proposal at a higher cost for the 2025 season.
But I also included that the direction for staff is that they start working immediately on the 26 program and options for that, so that by fall, at the latest, we get that.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask you, is what kind of a deadline, if you were going to put a deadline?
Yeah, I'm going to say by early fall, we have options.
Okay, the motion stands. I have a first and a second. I have a motion by Councilmember Ramirez and a second by Councilmember Fugazzi. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bracco.
No.
Councilmember Klein.
Yes.
Councilmember Fugazzi.
Yes.
Councilmember Hilton.
Aye.
Councilmember Marks.
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Yes.
Mayor Boto.
Yes. Motion passes 6-1. Okay, moving on to item number 10. 10.1, introduction of new business, 2024 General Plan and Housing Element Annual Progress Report.
Okay,
So this evening we have for you the required general plan annual progress report, and as the name connotes, this is something that has to be presented to you every year pursuant to California Government Code Section 65400. The purpose of this report is to document the status of the city's progress in implementing general plan housing and housing element policies. In particular, the State Housing and Community Development Department monitors our progress toward meeting our regional housing needs assessment or allocation, and we are in a 8-year planning cycle that runs from January 31st, 2023 to January 31st, 2031. So the APR, the Annual Progress Report, or APR, has to be forwarded to the Governor's Office of Land Use and Climate Innovation and the California Department of Housing and Community Development no later than April 1st, 2025. And we are presenting this to you so that you know what we will be presenting to the state. We're going to do a two-part presentation. I'm going to present the information on the general plan program status, and Christy Thomas is here to present the information on the housing element status. So the way I'm going to do this presentation is just to give you highlights. There's a chart that's in your packet that goes through each of the general plan policies and what we've done toward implementing those policies. I'm just going to give you a highlight. First, we've had no general plan amendments this year. So then moving on to the actual housing element programs, or general plan element programs, the first one is land use, and the policy I'm going to highlight is the zoning ordinance update. We have completed a draft zoning ordinance and a draft zoning map. We presented some articles of the zoning ordinance to the Planning Commission, and we're going to continue doing that in 2025. We also are going to begin having stakeholder meetings in 2025. We expect that we will have the zoning ordinance and zoning map to present to the council by summer of 2026. Next is the mobility element. The two areas we're going to highlight are traffic impact fees and bicycle and pedestrian improvements. With regard to the traffic impact fees, in 2024, the city began the process to develop a new transportation master plan and associated nexus study for new traffic impact fee program. And the master plan and nexus study are expected to be complete by spring of 2026. With regard to the bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan, we are including elements of that in the high-speed rail visioning study that will be completed by fall of 2025, and the station area master plan, which will start in 2026. And also, we will be including elements of that in the Gilroy Civic Center master plan and the transportation master plan, which will be completed by spring of 2026. Next is the economic prosperity element. Here we are highlighting the inventory of developable sites. The city staff has prepared an inventory of developable and underdeveloped residential sites, and we will be continuing in this next year completing an inventory of industrial and commercial sites, and we expect to have that by the end of 2026. Next is public facilities and services. We're highlighting the Civic Center Master Plan. We have gone out for an RFP for the Civic Center Master Plan, and that was issued in fall of 2024. We have selected a consultant, and staff has been meeting with that consultant. We will continue with community meetings that will be scheduled throughout 2025. Next, Parks and Recreation. We're highlighting the activity guide. The activity guide is published 3 times a year, and one was just recently published. Next is the natural and cultural resources element. We're highlighting transportation demand management. In late 2024, city staff met with the Valley Transportation Authority to discuss a regional mitigation program called the Equitable VMT Mitigation Program. That's VMT for vehicle miles traveled. This is focused on reducing the vehicle miles traveled. We have an ongoing program refinement that's underway by VTA, and discussions will continue through 2025. And in addition, the city is beginning the process of securing a consultant to prepare the city's greenhouse gas emissions and vehicle mile traveled reduction program. and that will include close coordination with VTA and with other local and regional stakeholders. That will be complete by fall 2026 or winter 2027. Next, potential hazards. This is our highlight here is our outreach efforts that include a roundtable discussion. In 2024, the city participated in events such as National Night Out with public education information on a variety of topics, including hazardous waste. In addition, outreach through the Gilroy Email Express was used to circulate information on current environmental concerns and issues such as not dumping into storm drains, household hazardous waste, and expired medications. The city also maintains information such as brochures and handouts at City Hall on household hazardous waste and other items related to water resource protection that are made available to the public. And then finally, the city hosted a roundtable discussion with large hot water users to identify potential city barriers to installation of solar thermal systems, and that includes seismic issues and other hazards. And then last is environmental justice. Here we're highlighting our community engagement efforts. We have several community engagement efforts. One is that the mayor holds monthly Coffee with the Mayor events. Gilroy PD holds quarterly Coffee with a Cop events. We have regular community outreach events that are held for projects that have wide interest or impact. That includes multiple community meetings that were held for the Gourmet Alley project and the VTA high-speed rail projects. The city regularly uses surveys to solicit feedback on a variety of projects and initiatives, and that includes customer service surveys that are given to customers after they provide services at City Hall, and a Gilroy Community Service Survey that was sent to the entire community in 2024. Also, multiple departments have participated in staffing tables at events throughout the year. This includes the Water Department having a table at the Downtown Music Live Series, the Communication and Engagement Division having a table at Senior Cedral Park, and they do that 3 to 4 times a year. Multiple departments have tables at National Night Out, and the Housing and Community Services table has a table at the La Ofrenda event. Now I'm going to turn it over to Christy Thomas, and she's going to provide an update on the housing element progress.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, City staff, and of course residents. I'm Christy Thomas, Housing and Community Services Manager, and I'm here this evening to give you the progress of our housing element and our regional housing needs allocation goals. As Melissa said, the city is required to prepare a housing element portion of the general plan every 8 years. The housing element is a way to adequately plan to meet the housing needs of everyone in the community at all income levels. We were currently working on the 2023 to 2031 cycle, and the City of Gilroy housing element consists of 7 goals with 65 programs to achieve them. I'm going to highlight one item, as Melissa did, that we completed in 2024 for each program. Our completed annual progress report does provide a status of update on all programs in the housing element. For the housing production goal, the highlight is the accessory dwelling unit pre-design plans. So staff worked with the Santa Clara Community Planning Collaborative to offer pre-approved accessory dwelling unit plans to facilitate a faster and more cost-effective permit process. A new city website directs residents to construction plans of various sizes and architectural finishes. Once site-specific plans and required documents are accurate and complete, permits may be issued within 15 working days. So for the removal of governmental constraints goal, the highlight is the entitlement roadmap webpage. The city staff has created an entitlement roadmap webpage and handout that provides a 5-step process to permit issuance. The page instructs residents on determining their zoning district designation and reviewing their district's developmental standards. For the housing preservation and improvement goal, the highlight is the monitoring of affordable units. House Keys, the city's VMR administrator, has implemented the annual monitoring of the current below market rate ownership units and the 100% affordable apartments, any apartments with city loans or regulatory agreements. For the housing assistance goal, the highlight is pursue funding for affordable housing. City staff worked with the county to pursue the below-market preservation program funding, worked with the state to allocate permanent local housing allowance funding, also known as PLHA, and the federal government to allocate community development block grant federal funding, also known as CDBG. And staff will continue to explore additional funding options. For the special housing needs goal, the highlight is permanent supportive housing by right. In June of 2024, city staff presented and council adopted a zoning ordinance number 2024-01. This ordinance allows for by right permanent supportive and transitional housing. For affirmatively furthering fair housing goal, for the state's affirmatively furthering fair housing goal, the highlight is fair housing counseling. CDBG and PLHA funding both continue to fund Project Sentinel to provide our residents with fair housing counseling. City staff continues to provide referrals and service and encourage Project Sentinel to present these services to the community through local events and tabling. For the education outreach goal, the highlight is community outreach, inclusion in the decision-making process. So city staff conducted the community outreach for the 2025 to 2030 consolidated plan for CDBG via events, tabling, email, flyer, and campaigns, and the city website. This outreach was conducted to distribute a community needs survey, which 567 responses were received. So here we have our regional housing needs allocation table, also known as RENA. It determines how many new homes and the affordability of those homes that each local government must plan for in its housing element. The annual progress report, also known as the APR, must be forwarded to the Governor's Office of Land Use and Climate Innovation and the California Department of Housing and Community Development no later than April 1st, 2025. So Gilroy's regional housing need allocation is 1,773 units within this current housing element cycle. Those units are broken down by income categories. They include extremely low and very low for a total of 669 units, low income for a total of 385 units, moderate income for a total of 200 units, and above moderate for a total of 159 units. In 2024, the city issued permits for 11 very low income, 11 low income, 11 moderate, and 144 moderate income units, totaling 177 units overall. So this slide provides a breakdown of the remaining units needed to be issued during this housing element cycle. So among the permits issued, accessory dwelling units continue to be an excellent way for the city to meet its lower and moderate income RENA requirements, with a total of 38 new ADUs permitted in 2024. So this concludes our report, and staff recommends council accept the report and direct staff to submit the annual APR by April 1st, 2025. Thank you, and we're available for questions.
Any questions for staff?
So 38 ADUs in 2024, isn't that the same number?
I think it is the same number.
That's just random.
But there were just a few little nuances. I think
So
there was like 12 in one category, and yeah.
So it is 38.
38.
Like, it just happens
no,
to be
it
the
just
same.
happens to be. Yeah, even like the 11, 11, 11. Yeah,
Right.
there's some number nuances.
One of the things that I want to call, especially for those that are just going to watch the video and not read the staff report, is that so state law now, they want us to recognize extremely low income, right, in that graph, in the reporting. I know that it's our choice to not put it in the graph, but when we look at that, we're missing a category, right? I mean, extremely low income housing, 0 to 30%, and it's called out in the staff report, says that we've done 0 units permitted there, but I think it's important, to maybe eventually put that in this graph so that we can all recognize that, because when we did our housing element and got our data back, we know that 21% of our households live at that level. All right? That's a lot. 20% of our public lives there, and we're not really recognizing them here. on this, and I'm not even sure if any of them are here tonight. So even though it's in the staff report, I would appreciate at least that being able to be called out because I think they deserve a voice. Thank you also for all the work that you all have done in putting the story in, next to how we are accomplishing these programs, because I know that you didn't go over that a lot, but for me, I wrote a memo earlier this year because I was really concerned about a lot of the programs. But after reading that extensive staff report, there are so many things in there now that I feel like I'm comfortable enough to go out into the region to say the good things that we are doing in Gilroy. And for those programs that maybe we didn't complete when we said we were going to complete, I do believe we have a good story. Why? And in some of those stories, we're with other cities doing the same exact thing. So I appreciate that. And lastly, I really appreciate you all boosting up the environmental justice section and what we report back to the state. Those two are great stories. Those are, often like our CBOs, and we've heard a lot about nonprofit talk tonight. But those are our CBOs doing everything from like food, access resources, second harvest, giving away free groceries, Nueva Vida community hosting food access, community gardens at the tree farm. All those opportunities like that are actually growing. I took a meeting from someone at the county council's office who's dealing with food injustice of Office 01 right now, but she's looking to expand that. And she's hearing these stories that we're doing here in the community, and she's also hearing stories and connecting against other nonprofits, especially in East San Jose, that see the same food insecurities happening here in Gilroy. And those nonprofits are starting to now invest into our community. Thank you.
Councilmember Hilton, if I can just
go ahead.
ask for one clarification. I think I understood you to want a breakdown in that very low income category. Because in the staff report, we did indicate, as you've seen that before, it's a extremely low income is a subset of very low income. It's typically kind of half-half. So in the future, you just kind of would like the 11 to be like 5 and 6.
Yeah, because I asked this last year, because I know it's a state law now that you are sending this to the state, but that's all data stuff. That's in the staff report. But the community that we are all supposed to represent, and it's 21% of them, right? That's what we're working off in the housing element. 21% live at 30% or below. And if I was in that income category and I look at this, I would say, you're not even considering me. What are you doing for me? How many units have you permitted for me? And it's okay if it says 0. I want to know that. And I think the community deserves to know that. And like I said, it's hidden into the staff report. It's not here on that screen right now for someone to see it, whether they're listening to it on audio or watching this later.
No, I appreciate your comments, so we'll do that in the table next year.
Councilmember Fugazi.
Yeah, I just want to first commend this department and the amount of extremely hard work that you guys have to do to pull all this stuff together. It is an enormous amount of things that you have to do to make this available, to put it into a report, to consistently keep it updated, to perform all the things that are on there. And it's astounding of what you're being asked to do, obviously to help the city, but also from the state level. And one thing to note here is that we can only do so much when you look at this, because the environment that we're in, high interest rate environment or high regulation environment, we can only set up the scenario for these things to happen so far, and the rest of it happens organically. And that's super important to understand. But thank you so much for your hard work on all of this and making sure that we're doing what we need to do to stay in compliance with the state. And yeah, that's all I get to say.
Thank you. Any public comment?
We have no speakers at this time.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion to accept the report and direct staff to submit the 2024 annual progress report to the California Department of Housing and Community Development and the Governor's Office of Land Use and Climate Innovation no later than April 1st, 2025.
A motion?
Second.
I have a motion from Councilmember Klein and a second from Councilmember Marks. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bracco.
Yes.
Councilmember Klein.
Yes.
Councilmember Fugazi.
Yes.
Councilmember Hilton.
Aye.
Councilmember Marks.
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Yes.
Mayor Bozo.
Yes. Thank you. Moving on to item number 13, City Attorney's Report. Okay, moving on to item number 14, we're going to move into closed session. Before we do that, I would like the public's attention for one more moment, please, if you don't mind. Thank you. Before we leave, I would like to have a moment of remembrance that, unfortunately, this past couple of weeks that the city of Gilroy lost a very, very, very important member of its staff. And on behalf of the city council and the city of Gilroy and the city manager, we would like to take a moment to remember Saeed Vaziri. He was the city's environmental engineer overseeing the South County Regional Wastewater Authority plant out here in the south of Gilroy, and he did that for the past 19 years. And for those of us that have been here who've known him a very long time, and to those of us who've been here for a short time and only have got to know him, something that we have in common is that we met somebody who is extremely passionate, extremely likable, extremely respected by his peers and by the people that he works with, and also someone who's very proud of what he does. So I wanted to recognize Saeed's wife, Melissa, and his daughter-in-law, Alyssa. They are here with us today, and I'd like to close just with a moment of silence. Thank you very much. On the April 7th, coming up on April 7th, we plan on doing a more formal moment of remembrance through a proclamation. So thank you very much for coming this evening, and we're very, very sorry about your loss. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to announce item 14. I want to say, though, with respect to Saeed Vaziri, that as general counsel of SCRAW, I worked with him for every one of those 19 years. And he was a fine person. He was a fine person to work with. He loved SCRAW. He turned SCRAW into an award-winning plant. Back before there was a SCRAW, we were sued by Monterey and Santa Cruz and Hollister and everybody under the sun for sewage problems. We formed SCRAW. Saeed eventually took it over and turned it into a plant that every year won awards from the state for the best plant in its category. I'm not sure that Monterey and people like that ever acknowledged that, but it was in fact the case. And a lot of it was due to Saeed, so I just want to personally extend my condolences to his family as well. All right, closed session. In honor of Saeed, we're adjourning to a closed session conference with labor negotiators, collective bargaining, pursuant to Government Code 54957.6, Gilroy City Code 17A11.4. Collective bargaining units are the Gilroy Police Officers Association, representing police officers, the Management Association, representing mid-management employees, and unrepresented exempt employees, confidential department heads, and council appointed. City negotiators are Jimmy Forbes and Leanne McPhillips. Anticipated issues are wages, hours, benefits, working conditions. Memorandums of Understanding, City of Gilroy and Gilroy Police Officers Association, and the City of Gilroy and Gilroy Management Association. So we should now take public comment if there is any.
There are no public comments.
There is none. Okay, then the council should adjourn to closed session. While in closed session, the council should immediately take a vote to remain in closed session. And when the council adjourns back to open session, an announcement should be made of that vote and of any reportable action that will be taken. That concludes the item.
Thank you. We'll move into closed session.
When you get back into open session, I want to make sure somebody says the vote was unanimous and there was no reportable action. John Hall will be here. Oh, okay. Yeah, thank you.